The Wedding Bet, The Wedding Whisperer Series, Book 4. By Susan Hatler. Chapter 1. There were so many people I could blame for my current predicament: my first boyfriend, my second boyfriend, or maybe even the last guy I dated. At 29 and single, it was hard to keep count of my failed relationships. However, I preferred to go the more traditional route and blame my mother. After all, she was the one who read me fairy tales about pretty princesses whose perfect princes appeared out of nowhere one random day. She'd put that dream scenario in my head, page after page. Had she bothered to add that in actuality the princess could go on a bazillion coffee dates via the latest dating app and still not find her prince charming? No, she'd left out that cheery factoid. According to my deeply embedded fantasies, I'd be secluded in the tower of a faraway castle, while, living in Sacramento, I figured a tutor in the fabulous 40s neighborhood, and Mr. Perfect would suddenly appear below my window, ready to fall in love with me. Or maybe he would ride in on a horse. Or perhaps he'd take an Uber. I wouldn't be picky on how he arrived as long as I received the basics: prince, love, happily ever after. Sadly, this hasn't happened. In fact, at my 27th birthday celebration at the Oasis Dance Club 2 years ago, I discovered that going home from a ball without one of my shoes didn't mean a rich guy would show up the next morning to slip that heel back on my foot and be my happily ever after. Instead, consuming a couple of strawberry daiquiris made me misplace my shoe and then tell the guy I was seeing what I thought of him showing up an hour late to my birthday party. Needless to say, we ended our short relationship that night. Maybe I'd been too blunt with Cal, but was it so much to ask that my prince be punctual? No, not according to the dating article I'd read in Sacramento Living magazine, and the article sounded way more realistic than Cinderella if you asked me. Currently, I had no heels to match my favorite dress and no prince in sight, which brought me to my dilemma: 1 month left to find a date to my friend Melanie's wedding. Yeah, I could go to the wedding solo, but as a Zumba instructor I knew it would be much more fun to bring a dance partner. With that thought in mind, I strode into the totally fit gym where I worked and shared this problem with my friend Carrie, who worked at the front counter. "Why don't you take Brent to Mel's wedding?" she asked. "We broke up last weekend," I said, shrugging. "Oh, Kennedy. I'm sorry," she said, letting out a little gasp. "What happened?" I lifted an arm in a helpless gesture. "He dumped me." "What?" "Why?" she asked, in a tone that said there was clearly something wrong with him to have broken up with me. "Aw, I loved my sweet friend." "He said we weren't compatible," I said, relaying the exact conversation to Carrie. "You're too fast-paced for me, Kennedy," Brent had said. "Me?" I'd asked, in a shocked tone. "I teach Zumba and Pilates and meditate 3 times a day." 3 times? That's intense. I'd rolled my eyes. "Yeah, whatever, Brent." "Okay, maybe I can be a little intense sometimes," I admitted, letting out a sigh. Thus, the necessary meditations that I didn't tell him were sometimes only a minute on my app. "I love those quick meditations," Carrie said. "They're great for refocusing." Right? And for him to dump me right before Mel's wedding means I'm not only left, yet again, without a prince but also without a dance partner for the wedding. Ugh. Carrie slumped against the counter. "Not okay, Brent. Not okay at all." "Exactly." I blew out a breath and my blonde bangs flew upward and out of my eyes. "Yes, my life is sometimes super fast-paced. But who wants to date someone boring?" "Not me," Steve Burns said, coming through the front door and slipping an arm over my shoulder in a casual gesture. "Who's boring?" "Certainly not you, princess." "Thanks, I think," I said, as my belly did a little dance at the nickname Steve used for me since I'd lost my stiletto 2 years ago. Steve was our resident trainer at the gym and part of our gang here. It had actually been his best friend who had dumped me that birthday night, and Steve had driven me home, which had been an extra kick in the gut. After all, I'd been interested in Steve when he'd set me up with his friend, making it clear he didn't think of me in a romantic way. Ouch. My belly fluttered again, probably due to the warmth of Steve's arm draped around me right now, which, incidentally, made me want to melt into him. So, I did what any smart gal would do. I bumped him away with my hip so he wouldn't suspect my secret feelings for him. "Hey, what did I do to deserve that?" he asked. "I like to mope alone," I lied, admiring how good he looked at 4:30 in the morning. Steve basically looked like what you'd expect to see if a dark-haired Greek god appeared and chose a career helping people get in shape. The way the sleeves of his athletic shirt hugged his biceps was a part of his work attire that never failed to capture my attention. And the way his jet black hair fell over his forehead made it impossible not to notice his striking blue eyes. If I didn't have my dignity, I would have full-on swooned and asked him to be my date to Mel's wedding. But he'd made it perfectly clear 2 years ago that he wasn't interested in me that way, so I buried my feelings. As always. "Good morning. What's going on, people?" Erica Connor asked, coming through the front door. Erica was the yoga instructor, and she completed our gang here at the gym. We still had about 15 minutes before the gym officially opened, and it wasn't unusual for us to chat before work. "Have we picked a word of the day yet?" she asked. "No, we're talking about the fact that I got dumped," I admitted, because there was no getting around that fact and no way to paint it in a better light. "That joker broke up with you?" Steve asked, sounding surprised. "Right before he could be my date for the wedding, too," I said, fiddling with a long strand of blonde hair that had found its way out of my ponytail. "Did he say why?" Erica asked, dropping her gym bag onto the counter. I tucked my hair back into the band. "He said I'm too fast-paced for him. Teaching Zumba requires you to be perky and upbeat," Carrie pointed out, reasonably. I tilted my head. It would be wasteful to toss aside all of that energy the second I walk out the gym's door, right? "Right," Erica and Carrie said in unison. "The guy's a moron," Steve said, as if this were a foregone conclusion. "It's over." "I'm fine," I said, because I'd liked Brent, but, in truth, my heart hadn't been totally in it. And so, I had bid Brent a fond but still reasonably disdainful goodbye and now needed a fun dance partner. "Anyone want to set me up with a date? When are you going to stop looking for Prince Charming and go out with me?" Steve asked, putting a hand to his heart. Carrie giggled. "Yeah, when, Kennedy? After all the men who actually believe in true love are gone, I suppose," I said, noticing my pulse had picked up at the thought of going out with Steve. I reminded myself he was joking and also that he hadn't dated a woman more than a few times in the 2 years I'd known him. Steve leaned against the counter. "Actually, I might know a guy for you." "Really? Who?" I asked, a feeling of disappointment washing over me. "I'll tell you if you can do more sit-ups than me," he said, the corner of his mouth hitching upward. "You're on," I said, smiling back. "Another bet between you two," Erica exclaimed, clapping her hands. "What an awesome way to start the morning. I've got $5 on Kennedy." "5 on Steve," Carrie said, giving me an apologetic grimace when I gave her a fake glare. A few seconds later, I found myself lying on my back in the front lobby, with Steve on the floor next to me. "On your marks, get set," Carrie emphasized each word and then paused long enough to build up serious tension in my chest. Was Steve really going to set me up again? Why did he think I was good enough for his friends but not for him? It made no sense. "Go!" "Oh!" I exclaimed, getting my head back in the game and working my abs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Carrie and Erica counted aloud as Steve and I crunched up and down, racing to see who could do more sit-ups before the timer on Erica's phone went off. Bets like this happened often between Steve and me. I always felt determined to win, as if my winning a bet might make him finally see me as more than a friend. Obviously, that hadn't happened yet, but hope flickered on. The gang enabled my illusions by kicking in cash on bet after bet, and after we'd all have a good laugh. Louder, if I won. Bells chimed from Erica's phone and she yelled, "Time." I'd been far too focused on my unrequited crush and the burn in my abs to pay attention to the numbers my friends had been calling out. "Who won?" I asked, panting. "Sorry, Kennedy." "Steve won," Erica said, tapping on her cell screen. Carrie pumped her fists into the air. "I'm $5 richer now, thank you very much." "Thanks for nothing, Steve," Erica joked. "Come to Mama," Carrie said, moving to the front desk where 2 bills sat. She picked up one and pocketed it before handing the other to Steve as I tried to catch my breath. "You're really not going to tell me who this guy is, Steve?" I asked, pulling my knees to my chest. "Sorry, princess," he said, giving me a side glance that made my belly do a flip. "Rules are rules. And you lost the bet." Only because I'd been distracted thinking about him. "Whatever," I said, willing my nerves to chill out. Ogling the sexy smile on his full lips did nothing to help my current situation. I imagined how those lips would feel on mine. "Hello? Earth to Kennedy?" Erica snapped her fingers in front of my face, yanking me back to reality. "Huh?" I said, unintelligently. She extended a hand and pulled me up. I said, "It's your turn to choose the word of the day." "Oh," I said, my cheeks heating as if everyone could read my mind and know I'd been thinking about Steve, yet again. Taking a deep breath, I pursed my lips while I racked my brain for a word of the day. "How about phrastomystic?" Interesting choice. Carrie settled behind the counter, while Erica and Steve both leaned against it and stared at me expectantly. Erica raised a shoulder. "Meaning?" I waved a hand in a grand gesture. "Meaning frazzled, but still optimistic. That's how I feel right now. Or, how I'm trying to feel." "More details please," Erica said. Well, my voice trailed off as I saw Steve pull out his cell phone and become completely enthralled by whatever was happening on the screen. It was bad enough that he didn't want to be a part of my love life, but now he didn't even want to hear about it? Erica's gaze turned to Steve and she jabbed his arm. Not hard enough to hurt him, just hard enough to bring his attention back to our group. "Ouch! What was that for, Connor?" he asked. "Your friend is having a crisis, pay attention," Carrie pointed out. There it was again. That word, friend. If I were alone then I would have sighed aloud, but I settled for doing it mentally. "I've got very important business happening here," Steve said, turning back to his cell screen. "Such as?" I asked, with a small roll of my eyes. "Just got a confirmation email on my concert tickets to see the Street Knights." My jaw dropped open. What? He may as well have announced that he turned water into gold. The Street Knights were totally my favorite band. Brent and I had been trying to find tickets to the concert for weeks but had come up with nothing. "How did you get tickets?" I asked, peering over his shoulder to get a look at his cell screen. Yep, there it was in black and white. An email confirming a set of 2 tickets in Steve's name for the upcoming concert. My jaw remained slack as I stared and repeated, "Seriously, how on earth did you get those?" "I have connections," Steve said, wiggling his eyebrows and then shrugging his shoulders. His bare arm slid against mine and butterflies flittered in my belly. Once I realized scalpers didn't even have tickets to sell, I went to Plan B and asked around my social circle. Turns out, a friend of a friend had scored a set but is out of town that weekend. So, I paid a hefty bribe over the ticket price for those bad boys. That's so cool, Carrie said, giving a squeal. Tell me about it, he said, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Now I just have to figure out who to take with me. I'm pretty frastic about the whole thing. Very smooth, Erica said, obviously complimenting his use of our daily word. As the all wore off, jealousy set in. Not only was I not going to go to the concert, but I'd have to sit back and listen to Steve talk about what a great time he with whichever woman of the week he decided to bring. Instead of stewing in my negative feelings, I decided to forget about Steve and concentrate on finding a wedding date. Speaking of frastic, I said, turning to the gals. I really need your help finding someone to take to this wedding since Steve refuses to be of use in that area. Let's go out to a club or something. Who wants to be my wingman? I asked. Steve scoffed. Erica blew out a breath. What was that sound for? He turned to me. You know what your problem is, princess? He asked. Enlighten me, I said, my tone casual as I braced myself for criticism. You're too available, he said, as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world to say, which I didn't think it was at all. This whole bubbly, ready for anything vibe you've got going on is cute, but you've got to make guys work for your time. I rolled my eyes. I'm not sure I should take advice from a commitment phobe. How are you going to find Prince Charming if you're wasting time with any guy who crosses your path? That's not what I do, I said, turning to Erica and Carrie for backup. Silence filled the air. Hello? I said, blinking rapidly at my supposed friends. Well, your relationship with that bagel shop guy who never charged you for cream cheese was going nowhere and yet you dated him for 3 months. I liked a lot of things about Alvin. I objected. Without hesitation, Carrie asked, like what? Like, he gave me extra cream cheese for free, I said, trying to remember another good point about him. Nothing came to mind. Zip. Zilch. Zero. My friends burst into laughter. Hearing my own words, I couldn't help but join them in a few chuckles. Okay, you might have a small point. I like to date and have fun. So, what? It's not going to get you Prince Charming, he said. Says you, I retorted. The corner of Steve's mouth lifted. How about a new bet? My ears perked up at that proposition. Like what? Out with it, Carrie said, rested her chin on her laced fingers. I bet Kennedy can't go without dating until the concert, Steve said, his tone matter of fact. Oh, please, I said, rolling my eyes. That's not even hard. No dating at all. Not even one date, he said, tilting his head and giving me a challenging side glance. I raised an eyebrow. What do I get when I win this bet? Because it's sure not worth $5. If you win, his blue eyes danced and he gave me knowing smile. I'll take you to the Street Nights concert with me. W what? R really? I asked, unable to believe my ears. No fair, Erica said, shaking her head. I've known you the longest. It should go in seniority. Although I think Josh and I might have plans that night. Don't worry, Connor. She'll never make it, Steve said. Thanks for your confidence in me, I said, my eyebrows coming together. The truth hurts, he said, smirking and holding up his phone. No dating until the concert and then one of these bad boys is yours. That's the deal. It's a bet, I said, feeling annoyed that he thought I couldn't do it. How hard was it not to date at all? Definitely hard if I had to watch Steve dating without my own date. An idea came to me. Just to be fair, you can't date anyone until the concert either. And if you do, then I get both tickets for myself, to take whoever I choose. You've got yourself a bet, princess, he said, chuckling as he held his hand out. I'm feeling optimistic about this bet, I said, taking his hand and trying not to let the feel of his warm skin affect me. Get a grip, Kennedy. I really needed to find a dance partner for the wedding, so I didn't have to watch Steve dancing with his date of the week. Oh, wait. My stomach dropped. Hang on a sec. What day is the concert? The 8th, Steve said, releasing my hand and staring at his cell screen, probably to admire his confirmation email some more. The 8th? I asked, my stomach dropping to my feet. May 8th? As in the day after May 7th? Yeah, Steve said, giving me a weird look. That's how days come, you know, in order. Any problem? Not at all, I said, even as I realized what this meant. Mel's wedding was on the 7th of May. And according to the bet, I couldn't date until after the 8th of May. Good, Steve said, giving me a wink as the first gym goer of the day walked in. Yeah, good, I said, waving to the gals before heading back toward the locker room, thinking I should have asked for the actual date of the concert sooner. Yep, I should have paused and thought things through before accepting the bet. But my brain had made a decision far too quickly for that kind of consideration. Maybe Brent was right. Maybe I was too fast-paced. Apparently, even for my own good. Chapter 2. So, I banged my fist against my living room wall and yelled at my neighbor to keep it down, and do you know what he did? Carrie asked, as we approached the steps leading up to the Sacramento Museum of Local History. He turned down the music? I asked. No, she said, throwing her hands up in exasperation, nearly hitting me with her clutch in the process. He didn't respond at all. I want to tell the man he's going to lose his hearing with the music turned up that loud. In fact, I might lose my hearing if he keeps this up. Is he cute? I asked, wondering if her new neighbor was driving her nuts or just attracting her attention. You never knew with Carrie. If he's cute then, you know, the loud music might be tolerable. I don't think anything could make that loud pulsing tolerable. She turned toward the steps, gripping the handrail to keep steady. Sometimes I hear it in my sleep, I swear. Does this mean he isn't cute? I asked, carefully maneuvering up each step in the high heels strapped to my feet. They weren't nearly as cute as the pair I'd worn that fateful birthday night when I lost a shoe. Boo-hoo. But I'd bought this new pair on sale, so that was something. I haven't exactly seen my neighbor yet, she said, effortlessly trotting her way up the stairs in her flats, and polite enough to keep her pace steady for me. But, oh, have I heard his music? How have you not seen him? I asked, glancing over at her. He lives right next door. She sighed. Well, he just moved in a week or so ago, so I haven't actually met him yet, but the other neighbor has met him. I've just heard his music, and not in a good way. Maybe he's hot, I said, suppressing a smile. As I reached the top of the steps, I clasped my hands together in prayer position. Maybe he'll turn out to be this incredibly romantic guy and you'll learn to love his too loud music. Then you'll marry him, have 2 little musician kids, start a family band, and live happily ever after. You weren't kidding about your mom reading you too many fairy tales as a child, she said, chuckling as we approached the large front doors. I raised a shoulder. Just saying, he could be your prince. More likely, he's a frog, she said, snorting. Try to be optimistic about it, I said. Nicely played, she said, grinning. Suddenly, I remembered my mom telling me she had to marry a frog first before finding her prince, which I actually thought was pretty rude of her to say considering she divorced my dad. Thus, he was the frog she'd mentioned. I mean, I was glad she was happy with her new husband, but my poor dad had never remarried. Sometimes it felt like he never would, even though his current girlfriend seemed really nice. Oh, no, Carrie said, giving a low whistle. You told me this silent auction was a charity event, but I didn't expect it to be such an upscale affair. I wish you'd made me change outfits. I tried, I reminded her. Next time, try harder, she said, with a groan. When Carrie showed up at my apartment earlier, I had offered to loan her a cocktail dress, but she declined, saying she'd be comfier in the outfit she had on. I'd opted for a black cocktail dress that blended for most occasions. Looking around, the other women seemed to be as dressed up as me, if not more so, and most of the men were clad in suits. Carrie wore an ankle-length black skirt and a thin white cardigan. Her cheeks turned pink. Maybe I can hide in a corner. Stop, you look beautiful, I said, hoping she wouldn't make a run for the driver who had dropped us off. We were here on a mission, to get a very specific wedding gift for Mel. Carrie and I had known each other for 2 years now, but Mel and I had technically known each other since we were 5 years old. In fact, Mel had referred me to the job at Totally Fit. She and I had been best friends in kindergarten until my parents divorced and I moved to Manhattan Beach where my mom's family lived. But when I returned to SAC 2 years ago, Mel and I met for lunch and she told me about the day her fiancé, Matt Thompson, proposed. They had been at this exact museum for an exhibit about local authors. Right before he got down on one knee, he read her a poem that was framed on the wall here, handwritten on a piece of yellowing paper that was nearly 50 years old. The poem was titled Wish by Meredith L. Hill, and it just so happened to be one of the pieces being auctioned off for charity tonight. I had resolved to win that poem and give my friend the best wedding gift in the history of wedding gifts. She deserved it after kissing way too many frogs to find her sweet philosophy professor prince. Okay, let's split up and find that poem, I said, craning my neck and peering around the crowd at the silent auction tables. Meet back here in 10 minutes and I paused mid-sentence after turning to speak directly to Carrie only to find that she was no longer beside me. I spotted her halfway across the room, taking an hors d'oeuvre from a server's tray. Carrie, we're on a mission. In response, she raised her napkin into the air and pointed at the appetizer on it. Look, Kennedy. It's a tiny cracker with caviar. Yum. This place is so fancy. We'll meet up later, I said, sliding my hand over my face before turning my back on my friend. I loved her to death, but she was obviously going to be no help right now. I weaved through the crowd as smoothly as I could in my heels, stumbling once in a while and occasionally having to apologize for stepping on someone's foot. A few minutes later, I came to a halt in front of the auction piece I wanted. Jackpot. It's really here, I said, marveling at the pretty handwriting that looked like calligraphy, black and bold against an aged paper background. In front of the framed poem sat a fancy clipboard with a piece of paper for making bids. I lifted the pen to fill out the information for the bid, my name, phone number, and bid amount, but then my hand froze, hovering above the paper as I caught sight of the last bidder to scribble a dollar amount, Steve Burns. A spark ignited in my belly. What the? Steve was here tonight? And bidding on my poem? How did he know the story behind Matt's proposal? Had Mel told him? First, he tricked me out of a wedding date and now he was going to beat me out of the perfect wedding gift? Nah, no way. Lips pursed together, I scribbled down my information. Admittedly, I grimaced a little when I saw that the bid was already up to $200. My job paid okay, but I wasn't exactly rolling in the dough. But this was for Mel, so I put down the winning bid. On this lucky day, came a familiar male voice from behind me, "I find a love that's oh so true." My heart rate kicked up as I turned to face Steve. What? He stepped toward me. Open-eyed, "I see your face and find myself anew." "For real?" I asked, stepping back at his sudden declaration of love and moving too quickly in my high heels, because I started toppling sideways. "Oh!" Suddenly, two hands wrapped around my arms, keeping me from falling to the floor. My heart pounded in my chest. Oh, what a near miss. That could have been very embarrassing. I lifted my lashes and looked into deep blue eyes that made my heart flutter. "Don't worry, I've got you," Steve said. "Thanks," I gulped, loving the feel of being in his arms. What were you saying before?" The corners of his mouth twitched. "On this lucky day, I find a love that's oh so true." "Open-eyed, I see your face and find myself anew," he repeated. My heart fluttered and I went speechless. Did this mean what I thought it meant? Because, if so, then that would mean he felt the same way as. "You like the poem, too, I see," he said, nodding toward the written words in the frame. "Oh, the poem," I said, a cold chill rolling down my spine as I realized he'd been reading the poem and not declaring his love for me. "Duh. I do like it, I mean, yeah." He nodded. "My grandma recited this poem to my grandpa at their wedding," he said, as he gazed at the poem with a faraway look. "We had a copy of it framed in the living room while I was growing up." "That's sweet." "Not that my parents learned anything from it," he said, a line forming between his eyebrows. "They divorced and never looked back. But that's the way love goes." "Not always," I said, wishing he were hopeful that love could work out. Not that I was a good example since I had feelings for a man who never dated a woman more than a few times. He shrugged. "Anyway, I'm giving it to my grandma." "Your grandma?" I asked, wondering if he realized he was still holding me. My gaze dropped to his hands for a moment before returning to his eyes. He glanced down, too, and then suddenly released me. He took a step back, averting his gaze from my eyes. "Yep, I think Grandma will be surprised." Cold air circled around my forearms where he'd been holding me, and I tried to ignore the empty feel of him putting some space between us. Instead, I took the opportunity to check him out, taking in his solid build, filling out a suit and tie. Here I'd thought he couldn't look better than he did at the gym, but wowzers. I swallowed down the butterflies in my belly. "That's really sweet of you to want the poem for your grandma," I said, annoyed that I loved the sensitive side of him. His eyes met mine again and I tilted my head. "I'm actually going to buy the poem for Mel. Matt proposed to her in front of the poem, and the original handwritten poem will make the perfect wedding gift." "That's really thoughtful of you," he said, the corner of his mouth lifting. Then his forehead creased and he started looking around. "Did you come here alone?" "Steve," Carrie said, as if on cue, before appearing by my side holding a glass of champagne. She smirked, looking from me to Steve and back, then back to me again. "What did I miss?" "Nothing," I said, my cheeks heating. "Okay, yeah, I missed the feel of Steve's touch. But it's not like she or Steve could read my mind. Thank goodness." "Well," Carrie said, clicking her tongue. "This is uncomfortable. I'm gonna see if I can find any of those mini quiches that are circulating around." Before she walked away, Carrie leaned close to my ear and said, "Make a move already." With that, she was gone. Instead of making a move because, hello? Rejection wasn't exactly fun. I crossed my arms over my chest and stared at Steve, hoping my face was as intimidating to him in real life as it was in my mind. "Wait a minute," I said, tightening my arms across my chest. You don't think you're going to win the bid on that poem, do you? My concentration was broken when a petite, elderly woman approached me from the side. Everything about her absolutely screamed that she had money, right down to the jeweled handle of the cane that she walked with. The brooch that was pinned to her blue gown probably could have paid my rent for months. Although she looked tiny and fragile, she exuded a sort of calm confidence. "Excuse me, dearie, do you mind?" she asked. "No, excuse me," I said, moving out of her way and inadvertently bringing myself closer to Steve. I gave her a smile as she passed, which was hard considering how annoyed I felt with Steve. "Thank you, dearie," she said, returning my smile before slowly stepping into the spot I had just been standing in. The interruption had paused my irritation, but it reignited as soon as I felt Steve's hand clamp around my arm as he gently guided me out of earshot of the woman. Indignantly, I shook off his grip, causing him to frown. "Look, I'll tell you what," he said, putting an arm casually around me. "After I give the poem to Grandma, I'll ask if she'll let you come visit it." "Are you kidding me?" I asked, my jaw nearly dropping open. "I already told you I'm giving the poem to Mel." "Sorry, princess. It's Grandma's 90th birthday, so she's getting the poem." "You seem very certain of yourself," I said. "I'm certain that I'll outbid you each time you put a bid down, so why don't you save yourself some time and buy something for Mel off her registry?" I think I saw a set of steak knives. "We're talking about someone's once-in-a-lifetime wedding gift, Steve. This is special." His eyebrows rose. "Are you saying my grandma's 90th birthday isn't special?" "Don't put words in my mouth," I said, leaning toward him and feeling very annoyed that I found the passion in his eyes enticing. "I didn't." "Yes, you did," I said, feeling the strong urge to kiss him. Those blue eyes were so striking and his lips were so inviting. If I just moved forward a few inches, then I could wait. No. "Get it together, Kennedy." With a sigh, I moved around him and found the bid sheet once again. I picked up the pen for the second time that evening and looked down at the paper and saw something on the paper that stopped me short of increasing my bid. The elderly woman had filled out the one-time bid section at the bottom. For $5,000 she had ended the poem's auction and made the winning bid. I tried to read her name, but the writing was in an indecipherable, shaky cursive. "What's the hold-up?" "I need to increase my bid." Steve leaned over my shoulder, trying to peer at the bid sheet. I turned to face him, my slack-jawed look making his eyebrows come together. "She bought the poem," I said, barely able to say the words aloud. "That woman bought the poem for $5,000. $5,000? He asked. Both Steve and I turned and searched the room, looking for the woman who had just stolen away our only reason for being there. I spotted her chatting with a group of women who stood beside a bid sheet for an old vase. The group of women laughed at something she said. As the women tossed their heads back and chuckled, the woman turned her head in my direction. I could have sworn I saw her smile right at me. What was I going to do now? Chapter 3. I stared at the final bid sheet and had no idea what my next move should be. I couldn't waltz up to the woman who had bought the poem and ask her if she wouldn't mind handing it over for $200 when she paid $5,000 for it. Who would pay $5,000 for a poem? But, I mean, you couldn't hold anything against a rich woman for dropping a lot of money on what she wanted. No, there was only one person to blame in this situation. "Now look what you've done," I said, turning to Steve. My eyebrows knit together and I sent him a sharp glare and he raised his eyebrows. "Me?" he asked, putting a hand to his broad chest. "That poem was as good as mine until you showed up, princess." I huffed at him using the nickname I loved way too much just to prove I didn't have it bad for him. My reaction made the corners of his mouth twitch, which nearly melted my resolve to be frustrated with him. How could he be so infuriating and so good-looking at the same time? No, Kennedy. No thinking like that. Not until after I win the bet and go to the concert. Sure, I didn't have a chance with Steve, but I couldn't let my guard down with any guy, even the one who had just blown my chance at the perfect wedding gift for my kindergarten bestie. You wish that poem would have been yours, I said, heaving a sigh. I would have outbid you if you hadn't distracted me and let that woman snatch it away from us. That would have been the perfect gift to give Mel for her wedding, too. You mean the perfect birthday gift for Grandma, he said, looking a little annoyed himself. It's your fault Mel is going to be completely disappointed with whatever boring and impersonal gift I'm stuck giving her now. Come to think of it, I'm going to tell her it's your fault, I said, putting a hand on my hip. Was I being dramatic? Sure. But it made me feel better, so I didn't care. I'm going to write it inside the card. Sorry your wedding gift is so generic, but just keep in mind it's Steve's fault. I'd expected a witty comeback, but my melodrama was met with silence. I blinked, my brain finally figuring out that Steve was no longer looking at me. He was staring across the room. When I followed his gaze, I saw he was watching the elderly woman who had won the poem as she approached the checkout table to pay for her auction item. I turned to Steve. What are you thinking? A sly grin broke across his face. I'm gonna get that poem back. Back? I asked, blowing out a breath. Don't you listen to anything I say? That poem was supposed to be mine, not yours. Not if I have anything to say about it, he said, waggling his eyebrows. What are you going to do? I asked. I don't know, pay her in free personal training sessions, or something. Pay her for the item she just bought? It's worth a shot. I'm getting that poem. A moment ago, I had felt completely defeated. But at Steve's creative optimism, a new sense of determination welled up inside me. If Steve wasn't giving up on getting that poem, then I couldn't give up either. There was no way I would let him win. Not if I get to the woman first, I said, my eyes narrowing as my competitiveness returned. Steve's smile didn't falter. If anything, he seemed even more amused. He stuck out his right hand toward me. Wanna bet? It's a bet, I said, gripping his hand, which felt strong and perfect around mine. Ignoring how Steve affected me with his mere touch, I hurried across the room on my stilettos with Steve easily keeping up beside me. We reached the woman just as she finished up at the register, the framed piece of paper in her clutches. The woman looked pleasant and reasonable enough. Her silver hair was pulled back into a loose bun at the nape of her neck and her bangs were straightened and neatly styled to lay across her forehead. She wore a black, ankle-length skirt and a white button-up shirt with a gold brooch in the shape of an elaborate, elegant flower. What a lovely brooch! I exclaimed, wanting to make first contact with her. The woman's eyebrows raised in surprise and her mouth opened a little. Very subtle, Steve muttered from beside me, but I chose to ignore him. The woman's free hand, the one that wasn't holding the poem, raised to her brooch and she ran her fingers over it gingerly. As her surprise faded, she gave a soft smile and a nod. Thank you, she said, her voice warm. This brooch was a gift from my late husband. Well, Steve said, smiling super big in an obvious attempt to charm the woman. Your husband had impeccable taste, in a brooch and in a woman. Seriously? I asked, rolling my eyes. The words had passed through my lips before I had time to stop them, so I simply had to double down. You're ridiculous. Am I missing something here? The woman asked. Her gaze moving back and forth between Steve and me. We were bidding for the poem, I said, turning my attention back to her. My name is Kennedy Sinclair, I said, realizing I should have introduced myself sooner. Steve Burns, Steve chimed in with a polite nod. Lovely to meet you both. My name is Lori. But, truth be told, I still can't help but feel like I'm not sure what's going on here. Since I was desperate and out of ideas, I decided full transparency was probably the best approach. My friend is a huge fan of the author. I was trying to win that poem as a wedding gift since she's getting married next month. Her fiancé proposed in front of the poem since it's her favorite. But I was unfortunately distracted by Steve here and the bid slipped away. I know this is a rather odd situation. But I was wondering if I might be able to buy it from you for 2 months of free private Zumba lessons? I'll pay in private training, Steve abruptly chimed in, causing my jaw to drop. Cardio is good for the heart, I said, hoping to appeal to her practical side. Strength training is important for bone health, Steve countered. That is not fair to double my offer, I said, gritting my teeth. Too bad, princess. Nothing's unfair when there aren't any rules, he said smugly. But my voice trailed off when I heard the sound of quiet laughter coming from Lori's direction. I turned toward her to find that her free hand was now daintily covering her mouth as she laughed at the display Steve and I were putting on. How embarrassing! I was so embarrassed by my behavior. Steve had me acting like an absolute child in front of this stranger. Because it was totally, most definitely Steve's fault, much like everything else that had happened tonight. I must say, you two make for a very amusing couple, she said, chuckling a few more times. We're not a couple, I said, my cheeks heating. Steve isn't looking for any kind of commitment like a normal guy would. Steve put his arm around my shoulder. What can I say? I'm the only one excluded from the long list of people Kennedy's willing to date. My pulse rate picked up. As if you'd settle down if I would date you. He shrugged and turned to Lori. We're just good friends. And co-workers at the Totally Fit gym, I added, so she would know that my Zumba offer was legitimate. I'd like the poem for my grandma's 90th birthday gift. She's the only one who's ever really been there for me and it would mean a lot to her. The poem would mean the world to Mel. This would be their first romantic memory together as a married couple, I said, hoping that sounded like a better idea than letting Steve have it. I'll pay whatever you want in Zumba lessons. You choose the music. Personal training and I'll clean your car, Steve said. Oh! The man was completely shameless. I'll clean your car and your house, I said, hoping the cleaning didn't ruin my new manicure. Our offers seemed to increase Lori's amusement until finally she raised a hand to stop us from begging further, which was good. I was out of ideas. You know, she said, after another chuckle. It's getting close to this old lady's bedtime. I'm much too tired to make such a big decision tonight. But I'll tell you what. I have 2 chai weenies that don't get nearly enough exercise. If you'd like to come help me walk the pooches tomorrow morning, I'll decide then if I can part with the poem. Really? I asked with excitement, to which the woman nodded. Steve and I agreed to the arrangement, getting Lori's address before telling her goodbye. The moment that she was out of earshot, Steve turned to me. What exactly is a chai weenie? He asked. A broad smile spread across my face. Oh, yes, that poem was as good as mine. Chapter 4. When I realized that the home address Lori gave us was located in the fabulous 40s neighborhood, I knew to expect some kind of extravagant home, but that didn't stop my jaw from dropping when I pulled to a stop along the curb out front. The red brick English Tudor stood 2 stories tall, with double doors for the entrance. Beautiful. Quickly, I picked my jaw up from the ground when I realized that Steve's car was already there. I cringed, knowing that he was probably inside right this very second trying to charm Lori, and, honestly, even if I were her age I would probably still be a sucker for someone as good-looking as Steve. But I wasn't going to give up. Not until I handed that poem over to Mel on her wedding day. With my head held high, I hurried up the walkway to the front door. Just as I reached for the doorbell, I heard a car door open and shut from behind me. "Hey, wait up!" Steve called as he strode up the walkway. He was dressed in a pair of jeans, sneakers, and a black t-shirt that hugged his chest and his biceps just enough to draw my eyes to them. Even though he had dressed down, he still looked great, and I wondered if perhaps I should have dressed a little nicer. After all, I wasn't sure my faded jeans, pink tank top, and matching white and pink sneakers really fit into this fancy neighborhood. "I didn't realize you were in your car still," I said, feeling my heart rate kick up a notch as he came closer. "I figured you'd be inside trying to charm her already." "Oh, right. I almost forgot." He turned back to his black sedan, opened the door and leaned inside. After he shut the door again, I noticed he was holding an elaborate bouquet of sunflowers complemented with wildflowers. I recognized that arrangement immediately because it was always on display at Gold Rush Flowers. It was the best and most popular florist in town. "You brought her flowers?" "That's not playing fair," I said, before realizing that Lori could very well be listening to us from inside the house. After all, it was a quiet neighborhood and she probably wouldn't have to strain hard to hear. I lowered my voice to a harsh, half-whisper after Steve had closed his car door and trotted up the steps to join me. "Totally not fair." "Nothing is unfair when there are no rules," he said, repeating his mantra while the corner of his mouth lifted in a very sexy way. "I'll have to remember that," I said, wishing I'd thought to bring a gift. Steve reached over me to the white button at the side of the doorframe and pressed it. A moment later, one of the doors swung open to reveal Lori standing there, grinning from ear to ear. The quickness with which she had answered the door caused me to suspect she might have been listening to us all along. After all, she surely must have heard both of our cars pulling up alongside the curb. "Good morning," Lori said, using a sing-song voice and seeming very happy to see us. "Good morning," I said, getting in the first greeting. "Good morning, Lori. You look lovely today," Steve said, sucking up as usual. "Thank you, Steve," Lori said, obviously enjoying the compliment. "Darn. 1 point for Steve. You two are just in time." The little ones were starting to get restless. She turned, waving for us to follow as she started down the hallway across the foyer. "The little ones? Does she mean kids? Isn't she a little, you know?" Steve whispered to me. "A little what?" Lori asked, before I had a chance to respond. She stopped in the entrance to the hallway and turned back towards us. The smile on her face hadn't faltered in the least. "Old?" "You're not old," I said, immediately. Steve's face paled. He fell silent momentarily before glancing at the bouquet in his hand. "Here, I brought you flowers?" I couldn't help but giggle at how the sentence came out sounding more like a question than a statement in Steve's flustered state. I'd been worried when I'd first seen him pull them out. It was a very sweet gesture and a very lovely bouquet. There had been a moment when I thought they might be enough to sway Lori to give Steve the poem instead of me, but luck was on my side. Now, things were looking up. "Thank you for the flowers," Lori said, accepting the bouquet. "That's very sweet of you. Now, come meet the little ones." "She means her Chiweenies, Steve," I said with an exaggerated laugh while my friend tried to remove his foot from his mouth. "Makes sense," he muttered, eyes averted. After one more chuckle, Lori started down the hallway. The dark green, short-sleeved sundress she wore swayed around her ankles as she walked. She was so elegant that it was hard not to be caught up in the graceful way that she moved. Even at Lori's age, every step seemed more like a glide. Her gestures were fluid and effortless. Despite her age, she reminded me of one of those princesses from the stories my mother would read me. All beauty and grace. Meanwhile, I had tripped over my own feet and nearly fallen down my apartment stairs this morning. As if I needed any more proof I did not belong in a fairy tale. Millie! Max! Lori called out as we entered a large family room at the back of the house. Seated on a dark green love seat were the two Chiweenies, long and stout with medium-length hair. On the right side of the couch sat the dark brown dog, who I assumed was Millie by her pink collar. The second Chiweenie, Max, was a dirty blonde color with a dark blue collar and sat to Millie's left. As we entered the room, Millie sat up, her paws poised in front of her as she calmly wagged her tail. Max, however, quickly jumped down from his spot on the love seat and scurried over to us. After sniffing Lori's ankle, he made his way to me. Giving one or two excited yips before sniffing my shins, he then began to lick my shoes. I couldn't help but laugh at the rambunctious little guy before leaning down and scooping him up in my arms. It was obvious Lori must hold him often as he immediately got comfortable laying belly up in my arms, letting me hold him like a baby. "How precious," I said, cooing down at Max, who looked up at me with his tongue hanging out of his mouth. As Max got my attention, Millie trotted over to meet us. She breezed past Lori, going straight to Steve. After one or two sniffs, she began rubbing her head against his leg before sitting down beside him, her tail wagging a bit more energetically than before. "Look at that, everyone is fast friends," Lori said, smiling at the sight of us bonding with her pets. "Let me get their leashes and then you two can be on your way." Lori disappeared down another hallway, opposite the one we had used to enter, as I set Max back down on the floor. "That poem is as good as mine," I said, taunting Steve. "Did you see how Max practically leapt into my arms? He loves me already." Steve shook his head and leaned down to pat Millie's head. "He's a boy and he gave you attention, but that means nothing. I'm surprised you haven't asked him out for drinks yet." "Very funny," I said, wrinkling my nose at him. "Millie seems pretty interested in you, though." "Try not to dump her halfway through the walk," I retorted. "Here we are." Lori burst back into the room before Steve had the chance to respond, one pink leash and one blue one held in her hands. She handed me the blue one and Steve the pink one. "Now, off you go. You four try not to have too much fun." All of the houses in the neighborhood were just as big as Lori's, if not bigger, which reminded me of another reason I could never actually be a princess. I couldn't imagine ever living in a place that massive. There would be too much upkeep. Although I'd offered to clean Lori's house, thank goodness she hadn't taken me up on it. Cleaning my tiny apartment was plenty of work for me. If I had a big house, then I'd spend so much time trying to keep it in order I wouldn't have time for anything else. No, a modern-day fairy tale castle wasn't for me. Steve and I walked several blocks in silence as I got lost in my thoughts. Well, total silence other than me begging Max to quit pulling at his leash. For a little guy, he sure was strong. "I'd be lonely living in a house that big," I blurted. "I agree," Steve said, nodding. "No wonder she has 2 dogs to keep her company. But it does make me wonder." "Wonder what?" He shrugged. "If she really needs help with these 2 pups. I mean, she doesn't seem to have any problem getting around. Not like she couldn't walk them herself. She said they didn't get out enough, or something to that effect," I said, trying to remember what she'd said last night. "If she didn't need help, then why would she ask us to walk them?" "Maybe she's just lonely," he said. I thought about it for a moment before deciding to shake my head. If she were lonely, then why would she send us off with her only company? "Good point," he said, pausing while Millie watered a fire hydrant. "It just seems a little odd, I guess. I mean, with a house that big, you'd think she could hire someone to walk these 2 if she really needed it." True, I agreed. I guess you're right. I wonder what her deal is then. The more I think about it, the more the pieces don't really fit together. I wonder if it has anything to do with why she wanted the poem. $5,000 is a lot to spend. Cha-ching, he said, just as Max spotted a tree trunk and darted toward it, sending me stumbling along behind him. Steve chuckled as he followed us. When Steve stopped, so did Millie, patiently sitting down by his feet to watch her fellow canine sniff the tree trunk like it was made of a special kind of kibble. She totally listens to you, I said, wishing my dog would take the cue. What? He asked, looking down at the dog. You don't want in on that tree action? Millie gave an audible huff, as if appalled by the suggestion, before bringing up a hind leg to scratch behind her ear. It was my turn to huff as I waited for Max to lose interest in the tree. I hope she has a decision about the poem by the time we get back. The corner of his mouth lifted. You could get Mel something else and leave the poem for me. No way. I shook my head. You could get your grandma a digital picture frame. Or, I don't know, a nice blanket. She has plenty of framed photos and blankets. Max finally tired of the tree trunk and took off down the sidewalk again, pulling me along. He was definitely in control of this walk, whereas Millie seemed more than content to just follow along at Steve's side. So not fair. But the poem will mean so much to Mel. Have you even read it? Well, not since I was a kid, he admitted. It was my turn to stop our walk, bracing myself as Max attempted to continue forward even after the rest of us had stopped. Lucky for me, there was a stick on the sidewalk nearby that quickly had him enthralled. Once I was sure Max wasn't going to rip the leash out of my hand, I reached into the back pocket of my jeans and pulled out my cell phone. One quick internet search found Wish by Meredith L. Hill. I pulled the poem up on my screen and cleared my throat. I used to wish upon a star, once upon a time. For gold, and jewels, and fancy things that I could claim as mine. I used to wish upon the moon for riches old and new. And stopped my wishing when the night did bring me you. No longer do I wish for things that I can see and touch. I wish for more of this, dear love, you've given me so much. The stars that placed you in my arms decided long ago. That you should be the wealth I find, the greatest wealth I know. I do not wish to count the ways in which our love is true. I only wish to have, to hold, to love and cherish you. On this lucky day, I find a love that's oh so true. Open-eyed, I see your face and find myself anew. With my head held high, I placed my phone back in my pocket, waiting to see Steve's reaction. But he was suddenly very interested in staring at his feet, and didn't seem to have much reaction to what I'd just read. Well? I asked. Well, what? What did you think? He gave me a side glance. I think it's a poem my grandma likes. She'll dig it. But I'm asking what you think of the poem. Nothing? You think nothing of the words I just read to you? Answering would be digging a hole, right? Typical, I said. The corners of his mouth twitched. What did I do wrong now? You don't even believe in the kind of love in the poem. I do. So? So, you should just give your grandma something from the department store. The poem will mean more to Mel coming from me because we both understand how precious and rare that kind of love is. You're watching too many romance movies. This is exactly my point. And... Suddenly, my arm was yanked when Max noticed a squirrel dashing toward a nearby tree and he took off at a dead sprint after it, causing me to lurch forward. I'd just gotten him under control when my heel landed on a rather large rock on the sidewalk, causing me to teeter and nearly lose my balance. That is, until a strong arm wrapped around my waist, steadying me and holding on as I secured my feet to the ground. "That's two you owe me, princess," he said, his mouth so close to my ear I could feel the warmth of his breath like a whisper against my skin. Shiver. "Careful, I'd hate to win the poem by default because you were splayed out on the ground," he teased. "In your dreams," I said, my belly dancing. "Don't worry," he said, his tone unusually serious. "I'd never let you get hurt." If only he knew how much it hurt being this close to him and not kissing him. So painful. "The bet's still on, so let's get to it," I said, stepping back to put some distance between him and my heart. "And I'm going to win." "Not a chance," he said, smiling and causing a little zing to zip through my chest. Slowly, Steve turned his attention back to the dogs. I did the same, only to see them both now sitting side by side, looking up at us and wagging their tails in unison. When we returned to Laurie's house, Max and Millie were spent and promptly sacked out. Laurie made Steve and me some tea, and we were currently sitting in the living room filling her in on details from the outing with her pups. Then, Max got so excited he ran a full circle around Steve's legs and practically hog-tied him, I said. Steve, Laurie, and I all burst into laughter as I finished telling another tale from our walk. I glanced at Steve, thinking it was a little humorous seeing someone as masculine and muscular as Steve holding the dainty, blue and white teacup in his hand. But he sipped it as if it were the most natural thing in the world for him. It was nice to see that he could still surprise me. I would have hated to ever see things get boring between us. Max has always been my little handful, Laurie said, chuckling and then sipping her tea. I don't know, Millie can be a bit of a spitfire too, Steve said, good-naturedly. At one point, Kennedy playfully bumped my arm and Millie jumped right in between us to protect me. I couldn't help but smile as I shook my head. That little girl has taken a serious liking to you, Steve. What can I say? Most girls do. He tossed me a wink, and I rolled my eyes. But then he went on to say, Max seems to be smitten with you, though, so I think we're even. Well then, Laurie said, finishing off her tea. That settles things. My heart soared. Finally, she was going to tell us who she decided to sell the poem to. I braced myself for the answer. You two were both so good with the little ones, I can't possibly choose one of you over the other to have the poem, she said, as if that were the obvious decision. Not. Both Steve and I stared at the elderly woman in disbelief. We'd just spent our entire morning walking her dogs and she still hadn't made up her mind. I might have been angry if we hadn't had such a good time walking the dogs. So, what do we do now then? I asked, trying to remain as polite as I could. After all, she was elderly. And she had gone to the trouble of making us tea. I'll tell you what. Max and Millie are almost due for a bath, but bath time for them can be a lot for an old lady like me, she said, throwing a smirk at Steve, obviously recalling his comment from when we first arrived at her home. There's nothing old about you, Steve said, suddenly looking enthralled by his cup of tea. Still, how about you two come back sometime next week to bathe them for me, and I'll decide then who gets the poem. Are you sure you can't make a decision now? Steve asked, giving her a winning smile. Well, if you don't want to wait, that's perfectly fine. I'll just give the poem to Kennedy and... No, that's okay, Steve said, shifting gears very suddenly at the idea that he might lose to me. I'm definitely going to bathe your dogs. I'd love to bathe your dogs, actually. Is that too much enthusiasm for bathing dogs? I feel like this is coming off as weird. I'm going to stop talking now. I simply sat back, watching Steve once again make a verbal fool of himself. It was always nice seeing Steve, normally so confident and sure of himself, look like a doofus. I will also be here next week, I chimed in, cool and calm. Especially in comparison to my foot-in-the-mouth friend. To bait your dogs with the correct level of enthusiasm, I said, emphasizing the last bit. Fabulous, Lori said, setting down her empty cup. Then I will see you both here next week. Already looking forward to it, I said, giving her a smile before standing up. I can't wait, Steve said, making me smile. It was very obvious Steve was getting impatient. And people had claimed I was the one in such a hurry? Not this time. Even if I had to do those little 1-minute meditations all day long to help me chill out, this time, I'd be patient and I would win. Chapter 5. On Saturday afternoon, I drove to Mel's bridal shower, stopping on the way to pick up her roommate, Patty. To say my nerves were unsettled would be a complete understatement. The wedding day was fast approaching and I was starting to wonder if the concert was really worth what I'd miss on a fun date. But then I reminded myself it wasn't just the concert that was important. I also had to show Steve that I absolutely could go without dating. I was a strong, independent woman who didn't need to date to have a good time. Besides, if I called off the bet, then Steve would probably have a woman on his arm in a matter of hours, and the idea made my stomach knot. It was odd that the thought of him with someone else had bothered me more lately. We'd been friends for 2 years and I'd learned my place with him after he'd set me up with his friend. But after spending so much time with him lately, I'd started noticing the adorable way his short, black hair stood on end after a particularly intense workout. Or how deep the dimples on his cheeks were when I said something he found really funny. And, of course, how solid his arm felt around my waist when he kept saving me from face planting. Totally, completely, normal stuff that should not be affecting me this deeply. I had to ignore these ridiculous one-way feelings and act as normal as possible. After all, getting false hopes about a relationship with him would lead to nothing but a broken heart. We're here, I said, parking alongside the curb near the Jeffries Hotel. Right on time, too, Patty said, getting out of the car. Patty and I strode down the city sidewalk to the hotel and then rode the elevator up to the rooftop terrace. Patty and Mel had been roommates for years and she was an honorary member of our Totally Fit gang. I loved her like a sister, even though she could be a little out there sometimes. She blamed her oddities on the fact that she was an artist. To be honest, I wasn't sure that it had to do with her career choice. For example, while most of the women at the bridal party wore trendy, knee-length dresses in pastel colors, Patty had opted for black. All black. A black dress, black pumps, and a black choker, all matching her black, pixie-cut hair. Really, the only source of color on her was the small silver pendant that hung from her choker in the shape of a heart. You're going to literally melt in the sun with that outfit, I said, as we stepped off the elevator. You literally don't know what literally means, Patty shot back with a grin. There was no shortage of witty banter between the two of us. So what if she wanted to dress like a vampire for Mel's bridal shower? I wasn't going to stop her. To each her own. Mel saw us walk in and broke away from the group she had been speaking with and glided over to us. With a grin on her face, she hugged me before turning to Patty with her arms out. Patty! She greeted her friend, who smiled at her sweetly and pulled her into a hug. You know you're literally going to melt up here wearing all that black. Patty chuckled, shaking her head. Mental note, order you a dictionary and highlight the definition of literally. But you have to share it with Kennedy. Huh? Mel asked, and Patty filled her in on our earlier exchange. My mind drifted to the fact that tomorrow, Sunday, I was going to wash Lori's dogs with Steve. Tomorrow, I would find out if I could present Mel with the perfect wedding gift. Or not. Well, assuming Lori actually made a decision this time. She didn't have a great track record in that area. Welcome, ladies, cheered Caitlin, who was Mel's stepsister and matron of honor. Caitlin waved from the center of the terrace beside one of the circular tables scattered across the roof. There were approximately 8 tables total, each seating 4 people, and each covered in a lacy white tablecloth. Caitlin tapped a fork against a champagne flute to attract everyone's attention. Mel is so glad you're here to celebrate with her. Woot! I cheered, and clapping erupted around the room. It looks like we're all here, Caitlin said, once the noise had settled down again. So, please find the seat with your name card and let's get this party started. Where am I sitting? Mel asked. You're right here, Caitlin said. I'm surprised to see Mel's biological mother here, Patty whispered to me. She lives in Colorado, right? I asked. Patty nodded. Cassandra. I've only met her once before, but she seemed, well, a bit flighty, I whispered. That's putting it mildly, Patty said. My baby is getting married, Cassandra said, before taking a seat beside Mel. Goodness, so exciting. Across the table from her sat Janet, who was Mel's stepmother and Caitlin's birth mother. I remember Mel saying that Janet could be very particular about things and liked to have her own way. This should be interesting. Very exciting, Janet agreed, turning to Cassandra. Our Mel has done very well for herself. Unsurprising, Cassandra responded, with a tight-lipped smile. My daughter has always had a good head on her shoulders. As their passive-aggressive discussion continued, I noticed Mel dramatically mouth the words "help me" at her stepsister, who jumped into action. Okay, Caitlin called out to everyone, causing the 2 older women to fall silent. After you find your seat, you'll notice one person at each table has a piece of paper and pencil in front of her. We're going to kick this party off with some wedding-themed Mad Libs. Fill in the blanks and then we'll read them aloud. At our table, Erica, Patty, and I would be guessing, and Carrie would write the answers on the paper in front of her. The side facing up simply had a list of the needed words, and then those would be transferred to whatever piece of text was on the back. A woman's name? Carrie asked, tapping the bottom of the pen against her cheek. Melanie? Erica asked, before shaking her head. No, wait. That's too obvious. Let's go with Kennedy. Gee, thanks, I said, groaning. Can you imagine what's going on at Mel's table right now? Carrie whispered, as she wrote my name on the piece of paper in front of her. Those 2 moms have been making everyone uncomfortable since we got here. How long do you think they've been at it? I asked. Since Cassandra arrived in town, probably, Patty joked, before glancing over at the table. Man's name? Carrie asked, looking at Erica. Steve, Erica said, with a smirk. Wait a minute. How was I becoming the focal point of this joke? As Carrie chuckled and wrote down that answer, I couldn't help but purse my lips and glance over at Mel's table. I felt for her. She hadn't been close to her mother since her parents divorced, and I could understand how that could happen. Not like my parents had an amicable divorce. Poor Mel, I sympathized aloud before Carrie asked me to give her an adjective. Chaotic, I said, fulfilling the request. Because that's what divorce seems to be like. Your dad is way more laid back than Mel's mom though, Erica pointed out. I need a noun, Carrie said, looking down at her paper. Potato, Erica said, smiling as if she declared something profound. Potato it is, Carrie scribbled on the paper. Patty, I need a verb. Patty gave her word, and then it was my turn again to give an adjective, this one ending with er. But my thoughts kept drifting from the game. Divorce is just awkward, I said, even though I was supposed to be coming up with a word. Tell me about it, Patty said. My mom remarried, but my dad is still a bachelor. although his girlfriend seems nice. I can't imagine having the four of them in one room together, though. Talk about awkward. I gave a sideways glance over at Mel's table where Cassandra had just accused Janet of stealing the word she was going to use. I imagined my dad and my stepdad playing a game together, and then shuddered. Weirder, I finally answered to Carrie's request. It wasn't long before we had finished giving words to fill in all of the blanks, although we did run into a road bump as we had to decide if Erica's suggestion of the word potato nest would count. When all had been settled, Carrie flipped the paper over to fill everything in. Wedding vows, of course, she explained when she saw what the actual text was for, earning a laugh from the rest of us at the table as we recalled the zany words we'd chosen. This is pure poetry, she said and then paused, glancing up at me as if a thought had just occurred to her. Any luck winning the poem back from that lady? Not yet. I sighed and slouched in my seat. The woman who won the bid is willing to give it to Steve or me, though. We have to help her out and then she'll decide which of us gets it. How are you helping her? Carrie asked. Well, Steve and I walked her dogs, I said, remembering how Millie had taken to Steve. Oh, cute. What breed? Patty asked. Chiweenies, they're so sweet, I said, picturing the way they had pranced along the sidewalk. Tomorrow we're going to bait them for her. In other words, Patty chimed in, she is extorting free help. The other ladies laughed. She's not, I said, shaking my head. She's very sweet, actually. Maybe she's just a little lonely, or something. I don't mind giving her company if she needs it. Patty put a hand on my arm. That's our Kennedy, a heart of gold. You should see how good Steve is with little Millie, I said, smiling at how much she liked him. It's really adorable. Silence filled the air. My cheeks heated. Not that I want him to win. I mean, we're competing. Carrie said, exchanging a look with Erica. Luckily, I was saved from any more of this conversation when Caitlin called out asking if everyone was finished. When she was met with affirmations, she began having one person from each table stand up and read their wedding vows. By the time she reached our table, my sides already hurt from laughing so much. Here we go, Carrie stood up as the spokesperson for us. After a dramatic clearing of her throat she recited, I, Kennedy, take thee, Steve. Oh! Mel exclaimed, clapping a few times. Carrie let the laughter die down before she continued. I, Kennedy, take thee, Steve, to be my chaotic wedded potato, to nibble and to hold from this day forward, for better, for weirder, for richer, for poorer, in potato ness and in health, to love and to annoy, until death do us skydive. Very funny, I said, giggling even as my cheeks heated. The tables dissolved into giggles until the final table of guests read their Mad Lib aloud. With the icebreaker game completed, Caitlin stood to address everyone again. Lovely work, ladies, she said, wiping under her eyes where tears had fallen from laughing so hard. Now, if you'll look underneath your tables, you will find our next event. I thought I felt something under there, Patty said and quickly reached down underneath the tablecloth to pull out a plain, everyday, 12-pack of toilet paper. The confusion on the rest of the guests' faces matched my own as we all looked to Caitlin for an explanation. Your table will now select one guest to be your team's bride/model. And what will the rest of you be doing? Well, designing the wedding gown, of course. When the timer begins you will all have 5 minutes to design the most fabulous wedding dress you can on your model, made entirely of toilet paper. Caitlin grinned as the selected models lined up alongside the tables. As elected model for our table, I took my place, pleased to see Mel standing beside me. We waited patiently while Caitlin gave the teams a moment to come up with a game plan. This is too funny, I said, glancing at Mel and hearing Patty declare herself design captain. Well, mostly funny, Mel said, wearing a smile but nodding to her own team where Caitlin stood, shaking her head as Janet and Cassandra bickered in low voices. We'll do my design because I'm her mother, Cassandra said, smiling sweetly while giving Janet the evil eye. I gave a sigh of sympathy for my friend. I'm sorry. That can't be fun to deal with leading up to your wedding. You were probably already stressed enough. Yeah, I won't lie. It's been pretty frustrating. But I'm happy they're both here, Mel said, giving a shrug. Really? I asked. Even with all of the bickering and competitiveness? That's just how my messy blended family rolls, she said, letting out a long sigh. Sometimes you have to put up with annoying stuff from people you care about, because at the end of the day all that really matters is that you love each other. We fell silent then as our teams approached us, holding rolls of toilet paper. Caitlin set a timer and called for the start of the game, and soon I was being jostled and poked as my friends covered me in toilet paper. As my friends took way too much joy in toilet papering me, I contemplated what Mel had just told me. The bickering reminded me of Steve and our competitiveness, for sure. I'd resisted my feelings for him for 2 years and they'd still never gone away. Steve may be annoying, hard-headed, and competitive. But he was also kind, compassionate, and thoughtful. How was I supposed to get over him when he was so perfect for me? Well, except for the whole not believing in love thing. At the end of the game, my team didn't win. But when I looked at my reflection in the mirror in my makeshift wedding dress, I immediately pictured walking down the aisle toward my dark-haired competitor, who smiled at me with those beautiful blue eyes and that adorable dimple. My heart squeezed at the images in my brain. This was not good. Tomorrow, I needed Lori to let me buy the poem so I could stop spending so much time with Steve and finally move on, no matter how badly my heart protested. Chapter 6. On Sunday morning, I pulled alongside the curb in front of Lori's house, still awed by the size and regality of her red brick home. I woke up in a pretty good mood. Janet and Cassandra's bickering had calmed down as the evening went on, plus, thanks to Patty, our team had won the dirty diaper game, which, incidentally, I thought was only played at baby showers. Maybe Caitlin had baby on the brain and a secret she wasn't sharing? Anyway, it turns out that Patty can decipher melted chocolate bars inside diapers like nobody's business, and we each went home with a cute little prize bag. Yay, us! I turned off the engine and stepped out of my car at the same time as Steve, who had once again beaten me there. We started up the walkway together and I couldn't help but think of how I'd imagined him as the groom I was walking toward. Playfully, he nudged my shoulder. You've got a goofy smile on your face. Feeling pretty confident this morning? My cheeks heated. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, I lied. Hope you don't fall too hard when you lose, princess, he teased. Today's the day I get that poem, I said, giving him a shoulder nudge back. Steve pretended to stumble to the side dramatically. Oh, please, I said, laughing. Don't pretend you're not solid muscle. Just trying to win, he said, nodding toward the window. My gaze followed his to the window to the left of the front door just in time to see the curtains drop as if Lori had been looking out. My jaw dropped. That's cheating, I said, partially embarrassed and partially amused by how he exaggerated rubbing his arm that was not at all hurt. It hurts so bad, Steve said, just in time for Lori to pull open her door. Mouth still gaping, I looked from Lori to Steve and back again. I was framed, I said, raising my palms above my shoulders. You poor young man, I saw the whole thing, Lori said, playing along with Steve's joke while shooting me a wink. Luckily, I know a young lady more than willing to kiss it and make it better. My cheeks heated. Huh? Did she mean me? Why would she suggest? Good morning, Lori said, opening the door wider to reveal Millie patiently waiting inside. For just the briefest second, I caught a sighting of Max zipping past the doorway as he ran laps around the foyer in his excitement over having visitors. Good morning, I said, nodding my head towards Steve. Would you mind calling an ambulance? Steve's injured and won't be able to help today. I've recovered, Steve said, moving toward Millie, whose tail began to wag rapidly. He picked her up, cradling her like a baby while she gave him one quick lick on the chin. That's my girl. Did you miss me? You did, didn't you? They were very excited to hear your cars approach the house, Lori said, stepping aside to let the two of us in. You've made friends for life with these two. I went to a bridal shower yesterday and was telling my friends about these sweet little pups, I said, as Lori closed the door behind me. I turned to Steve. You're a girl? I'd say something about you having just met her, but, well, we know your track history with females. Steve winked at me, just as Max broke out in a run straight for me. He tried his hardest to stop himself with his little legs, but the momentum he'd built up was just too great and he skidded on the floor, coming to a crashing halt against my shins. Careful, boy, I said, but, in typical Max fashion, he seemed unfazed. Max simply stood up, gave a shake of his head, and then rose onto his hind legs to steady his front paws against my knees. I reached down and patted his head. What a little fireball you are, I said, grinning at him. He seemed to acknowledge my words, letting out a small bark before going back to panting at me with his tongue hanging out of the side of his mouth. Yeah, he goes a mile a minute. You two make a good pair, Steve said, teasing me. I wrinkled my nose at him, but then couldn't help laughing. As if telling us to knock off the fighting, Millie gave a bark and then began to wiggle in Steve's arms, a sign for him to put her down onto the floor. He set her down and then clapped his hands before rubbing them together in an attempt to show enthusiasm. All right, he said, standing up. Where are we bathing these pups? As it turned out, Millie was not a fan of baths. The moment Lori pulled the collapsible kiddie pool from the shed in her backyard, Millie hid behind Steve's legs and whined. After bringing us out the dog shampoo, towels, brushes, and 2 plastic pitchers that were specifically meant for bathing the dogs, Lori pointed out the hose attached to her house for us and then bid us good luck, disappearing through the back door. Steve stayed beside the kiddie pool, trying to coax Millie, who had begun to tremble. Max scurried around my feet as I went to the faucet on the outside wall that controlled the hose's water flow. I turned it all the way up, picked up the end of the hose as the water began to slowly pour out, and then started toward the pool. Normally, picking up a hose results in no consequences. But when I started toward the pool, Millie let out a panicked yip and tried climbing up Steve's legs. He gave a shout of surprise, which must have scared her because she took off across the fenced-in backyard. I did my best to stifle my laugh but did a very poor job of it. Now I see why Lori needed help with this. Millie isn't too excited, Steve said with a shake of his head. Yeah, I kind of noticed that, I said, smiling at him as I pointed the hose into the pool and began to wait for it to fill up. Aren't you going to get her? Nah, he said, coming up beside me. We still have to wait for the pool to fill up and dogs aren't exactly known for maintaining emotional stability. Sounds like a couple of your exes, I joked. Don't be jealous, princess, he said, slipping an arm around me. Hardly, I said, my belly doing a flip as my gaze met those blue eyes. Why? Do you want me to be jealous? Always, he said, staring at me in a way that made me catch my breath. So, did you hear Mel's bridal shower was yesterday? I asked, stepping away from him before I did something stupid like tell him how he'd turned my legs to jelly with one mere look. How did that go? He asked. Fine, I said, remembering how I'd been wrapped into a toilet paper dress. It's sweet they're getting married. You know, two people who believe in commitment. Steve scoffed. You're just jonesing for a date, aren't you? I don't need to date to have fun, I said, which was true enough. I just thought it would be fun to have a dance partner for the wedding. Sue me. I'll think about it, he said, winking at me as he held out his hand. Want me to take over? Sure, I said, handing over the hose. Anyway, the bridal shower was fun. Patty came with me, and she was very. Patty, I said, laughing at the victory dance she had done when we'd won the dirty diaper chocolate bar game. Patty being Patty is always fun, Steve said, knowing exactly what my vague statement meant. It was nice how I rarely ever had to explain myself to him. He just sort of got me. She thinks that Lori is extorting us, which I told everyone was ridiculous. She's way too sweet for that. I really, truly think she just likes having other people around. Could be, he said, glancing over at me thoughtfully for a moment. Besides, if she is extorting us, there are worse people in the world I could be extorted with. Oh, really? I placed a hand on my hip and looked at him, challenging him with my eyes as a smirk played at my lips. This high-maintenance princess isn't too bad, huh? A grin crossed his face. Yikes, you still remember I said that? I said, enjoying making him squirm a bit. I might have been wrong about that, he said, surprising me. I had just met you, after all. Besides, the only princess I know who went around losing her shoe didn't seem that high maintenance. You don't, by chance, also talk to mice, do you? Just chiweenies, I said, biting my lower lip and noticing the pool was almost filled. Should we get the little ones? We turned to see Millie circling the yard. Steve gave a loud whistle and she switched course and hurried in his direction. She lowered her head toward the ground, staring up at him with wide brown eyes. Time for a bath, little one, he said softly, like speaking to a child. When he reached her, he picked her up without receiving the slightest bit of fight. And that rebellious growl was replaced with a soft, sad whine. The tenderness in the way he cradled her and stroked her head until her whine was quieted gave me butterflies in my tummy. The idea that someone so strong could also be so tender was unbelievably attractive. You ever think about being a dad? I said, half joking and half curious as he set her in the water. Steve shrugged. A time or two, I suppose. You're very good with her, I said. It's all to win the bet, he said, the corner of his mouth lifting. Yeah, right, I said, calling Max over and setting him in the little pool beside Millie, who shivered like she was nervous. Not a happy camper, Steve said, pouring a pitcher of water over her and rubbing her fur. Poor little Millie, I said, cooing to her. I knelt down beside the pool, pouring water over Max. Maybe if she sees Max is okay with it then she'll be okay, too? Worth a try, Steve said, holding Millie with one hand while I bathed Max. While Max was much more okay with bath time than his counterpart, he still didn't seem to fully grasp how it was supposed to work. For example, he thought that every time I took my hands off of him it was time to try and dry off. Thus, every time I reached for the pitcher, or the shampoo, or his brush I was sprayed with more water than I thought a dog's fur could hold as he rapidly tried to shake himself dry. Eek! I said, as he shook water all over me. Steve laughed as my blue tank top and the black undershirt I wore beneath it quickly became soaking wet. His shirt wasn't exactly dry either. You're done, I said, once he had been thoroughly shampooed, rinsed, and brushed. I picked Max up and set him on the grass beside the pool. Without hesitation, Max turned around and jumped back into the pool. Your parenting needs work. Maybe he's grounded? Still better than your dog, I said, heaving a sigh, and removing him again. This cycle repeated a good 5 or 6 times before a squirrel appeared on the top of the fence across the yard. All focus on the water he so enjoyed was instantly lost as Max ran off to bark at the furry little creature. When I turned my attention back to Steve and Millie, I was surprised to find that Steve had taken off his shoes and socks. Then he stepped into the kiddie pool with Millie in his arms. She didn't make a sound of protest this time. Not even when he lowered her down directly into the water. She simply sat still on his bare feet, obviously displeased as Steve began washing her. "She's so much better. How did you know that would work?" I asked, unable to hide how impressed I was by the feat he had just managed. Steve lathered shampoo into Millie's coat. "I just took a chance and hoped for the best. I wouldn't have known if it worked or not if I hadn't tried, you know?" "Makes sense," I said, staring at him. What he said made a lot of sense. There's no way to know if something will work, or if someone will work if you never try. Isn't that a philosophy I'd been living my life by up until now? With every other guy I'd dated, hadn't it been a let's just try it and see scenario? If only Steve had that philosophy when it came to me. He didn't, though. But his words from earlier then rang in my head about being wrong about me. If he were acknowledging that he had the wrong impression of me, didn't that mean that his feelings about me could have changed entirely? I could ask him out, right then and there, I realized. I could ask him to go have drinks, or go dancing, and find out once and for all how he felt about me. Right here. Right now. No, wait. If I asked anyone out, then I'd lose the bet. Inwardly, I groaned. Just as Steve finished toweling off Millie, Lori waltzed into the yard, a tray balanced in her hands with 3 glasses of lemonade. As soon as she saw the two of us, she began to laugh. I could only imagine what we looked like since Steve's shorts were absolutely soaked and my top drenched by the spray from Max's fur. "You two were supposed to bathe the dogs, not yourselves," she joked, extending the tray of refreshments out to us. The dogs had other plans. Steve chuckled as he took 2 glasses from the tray and handed one to me. "Max and Millie really seem to like the two of you," Lori said, smiling. "It's nice to see. They don't love everyone, you know. They can be very particular when they want to be. Which reminds me, their groomer, who they adore, is out of town for the next few weeks. How would the two of you feel about coming back next week to trim their nails for me, and I can make a decision about the poem then?" "Next week?" I asked, surprised. She put a hand to her chest. "I'd do it myself, but my hands aren't steady these days, and I'd hate to trim them too far." "We'd be happy to," Steve said, making the decision for me. As we sipped the lemonade, Steve and I exchanged a glance. I felt like there should have been some sense of exasperation in his eyes, but I didn't see any, which was fine. We still had time to get the poem before the wedding. And, besides, another afternoon with Steve kind of made me giddy. Chapter 7. Freshly showered and dried, I wrapped my hair in a towel before putting on a pair of leggings and a ratty old t-shirt from a musical I did in high school. I danced in front of more people at once during that musical than I ever did again. It's what prompted me to do my very first Grapevine, and I hadn't looked back since. I was never destined for a career in musical theater, considering I couldn't carry a tune to save my life. However, aerobic dance was the perfect way to get out all of my energy, which had landed me that small role in the musical to begin with. I glanced at my reflection in the nearest full-length mirror as I pulled the towel from my head, shaking out my wet blonde locks. As I reached into my gym bag to dig around for a brush, an upbeat piano medley rang out from the side pocket. I retrieved the phone and saw Dad displayed on the screen. I pressed the green circle on the screen to answer the call and then flipped my wet hair over my shoulder before pressing the phone to my ear. "Hi, Kennedy, it's your dad." I laughed at how he always identified himself as if he didn't know his name had flashed across my screen. Hi, Dad. Did I catch you at a bad time? No, just finished up a class, I said, as I sat down on the bench beside my bag. I leaned down and slipped a foot into one shoe. How are you? I'm doing, well, great. Really great, he said, with no enthusiasm in his voice. I knew that tone in his voice. I'd heard it when he told me my dog died, when he and my mom said they were getting a divorce, and when he'd eaten the pint of cookie dough ice cream I'd been saving at his house for the weekend. As I tied the shoelaces, I braced myself. What happened, Dad? There was nothing but silence on the other end of the line for a long pause, before he finally said, Catherine and I broke up. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, I said, feeling bad for him. This wasn't shocking news by any means. Dad had been a bachelor since he and my mom divorced. Occasionally, a woman would come around that could convince him to keep his weekends free for her and clean the week-old takeout from his refrigerator for 6 months or a year, but the relationships never lasted. In all honesty, his behavior made me wonder how he and Mom had lasted as long as they did. Sometimes it almost seemed like he liked being alone. But while he'd been with Catherine, something had lit up inside him that seemed new. And she seemed to feel the same way. Clearly, I knew zilch about love. What happened? I asked. Oh, you know how it goes. But Catherine seemed perfect for you, I said, doing my best to keep the irritation from my voice. She made pies and was a crochet master. You had an endless supply of desserts and handmade sweaters. What more could you want? He chuckled, as if knowing I was being dramatic but unaffected by my diatribe. It's almost like I did that a lot or something. You know Buttons, her cat? Well, she had kittens, he said, flatly, as if that explained everything. Okay, I waited for the punchline. With my laces secured, I turned back to my gym bag and searched for my hairbrush. And were they, like, vampire kittens? Did they start wreaking havoc on the town or something? No, of course not. Well, then, what's so bad about kittens? I asked. He sighed. Nothing's wrong with them. But she wanted to keep one and give the rest to new homes. And? I prompted. And I wanted to keep 2 of them, he said, his voice tightening. My jaw fell open and a silence ensued that seemed to stretch on way too long as I tried to wrap my head around what he was saying. My hand froze inside of my gym bag as I mentally reasoned that I'd been dumped over some pretty silly stuff like being too fast-paced, for example, but 1 kitten versus 2? This was just not really a breakup-able issue. That makes no sense, Dad, I said, once I could speak again. Huh, he said, unintelligently. How is wanting 2 kittens instead of 1 a deal breaker? It made me realize we wanted different things in life and... Like wanting 2 kittens? I asked. Those basic differences are not conducive to a functional relationship, he said. It's not, I said, dumbly, wondering what I was missing in this logic. This time it's kittens, but next time it's going to be about where we live. Or spending money. Or wanting more kids. The thought of my dad having more children was very weird to think about, but Catherine didn't have any children, so I suppose that wasn't out of the question. Did she say she wants kids? I asked, realizing she'd never brought it up in all of our conversations over the past year. Well, no. Part of me wanted to sigh with relief, but that so wasn't the point. If you disagree on something, you work it out and compromise. That's in the Relationship 101 handbook. I mean, you're not going to be on the exact same page as your partner all of the time. He grunted. What a concept. 2 people wanting the same thing, all the time? Good luck with that. I mean, that'd be crazy and boring. Opposites attract, Dad. Sometimes the person you love frustrates you, but you deal with it because at the end of the day all that really matters is that you love each other. Mel's words from her bridal shower echoed in my head after I said them, which took my thoughts to Steve. I'd been so frustrated when he made me lose the poem at the auction, and I'd nearly melted into a puddle watching him soothe Millie into taking a bath. He made me feel a lot of different things, but I couldn't ever see myself not having him in my life. I just don't think it would have worked, Kennedy. Dad, I finally took my brush from the bag. Staring at my reflection in the mirror, I pulled the brush through my still damp locks. Don't you want to marry again? It wasn't a judgmental question. I wasn't trying to be mean. I was genuinely curious because it was starting to feel like he simply had no interest. Honestly? I don't know, he said, his voice raw with emotion. Not everyone is cut out to be successful in love. I don't know if I'm one of those people. I opened my mouth to reply, but suddenly my phone gave off a beep. I pulled it from my ear to see that my battery was nearly dead. I rolled my eyes. Oh, great. My phone is going to die. Listen, Dad. I have to go anyway. We'll talk more soon, okay? I bit my bottom lip. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm just sorry you two broke up. I liked Catherine. She seemed great for you, I said, twisting my lips to the side. I love you, Dad. Love you, too, sweetie. Bye now. Bye, I said, ending the call and slipping my phone into the side pocket of my gym bag. My dad was a great guy. It made me sad to think about him not sharing his life with someone who made him happy. Well, who made him happy most of the time. But then again, what if he was right? What if the little girl inside me that loves those fairy tale endings was the one living with the fictional idea that everyone could find someone to be with and live happily ever after? The image of Steve's handsome face popped into my head. That dimple-filled smile. Shiver. Like my dad, Steve seemed determined to evade falling in love. He acted like he didn't even want to give it a chance to happen with how quickly he went through girlfriends. Why? He could be a pain, sure, but he was such a great guy. It made me sad to think about him staying single forever, especially when the fairy tale endings in my dreams always seemed to lead to him. Chapter 8. The following weekend, I pulled up to Lori's house and my eyes grew wide. The driveway was full of luxury cars, which made no sense. The one thing that hadn't changed, however, was that Steve had beaten me here. We got out of our cars at the same time. Did she invite an audience? I asked. Steve shrugged. I'm not an expert on clipping a dog's nails, but I'm pretty sure you don't need spectators. Well, unless we're on a reality dog show and nobody told me. He laughed as I reached where he stood on the sidewalk and I gave him a playful nudge with my shoulder. He didn't feign injury this time, however. He nudged me back and then we turned and started up the walkway side by side. He didn't make any move to step back into his own space either, and I certainly wasn't going to put distance between us. When we reached the front door, Steve rang the doorbell. Lori didn't answer immediately this time, which led me to believe that unlike our other visits she hadn't been waiting by the front windows to see us walk up. It took a full minute for the door to swing open, and there stood Lori grinning from ear to ear. Seeing her there in a blue sundress made me instantly realize that Steve and I were underdressed for whatever was happening. In my defense, I'd been expecting to wrestle with the pups all afternoon and had dressed in black leggings and a sunny yellow tank top. Steve wore shorts and nicely fitted t-shirt. "Hi, Lori," Steve said, slipping his hands in his pockets. "This is a bigger crowd than we were expecting." Lori laughed as if he had just told the funniest joke in the world. Her head tilted back, drawing attention to the gorgeous silver necklace with its heart-shaped pendant. Her mood was infectious, causing a grin to spread across my own face. "Change of plan, loves," she said when she was finished laughing. Their groomer came back to town early, and since the forecast said it was going to be such a lovely day, I thought you might enjoy my little get-together. "Please come in." She stepped out of the doorway and made a motion with her arm to usher us inside. Steve and I exchanged a glance before he gave a shrug and stepped forward. Pushing aside my nerves at being underdressed, I followed behind him and Lori closed the door. "Max and Millie are out back with the guests," Lori said, gesturing with her arm as if we should follow her. "I'm sure they can't wait to see you." Without another word, she led us to the back door. The yard looked very different today, though. Tables and chairs had been set up near the door and guests were seated there. Plates of hors d'oeuvres sat on trays on a buffet table and people loaded plates as they chatted. "This is what she thinks a little gathering means?" Steve whispered out of the side of his mouth as we took in the scene. "Little is a relative term, dear," Lori replied without skipping a beat. "I've been around long enough to make a lot of friends, young and old." Steve cringed at being overheard, yet again. "Sorry," he said. "You're hopeless," I said, finding it funny that he'd stuck his foot in his mouth again. I didn't have time to verbalize all of the teasing words that came to mind because the two tiny chiweenies darted across the lawn and over to us. Millie came to a halt at Steve's feet, tongue hanging out of her mouth as she panted in excitement. "Hi, girl," Steve said. Max, on the other hand, did not stop until he had crashed into my shins at full speed. It didn't faze me this time. I bent down and picked him up from the ground, cradling him in my arms as I reached down to scratch his belly. "Well, hey there, little guy. I missed you, too," I said, as his hind leg began to twitch from the scratches. "There's my girl," Steve said, kneeling down to give Millie her own scratches behind her ears. Apparently not looking to be outdone by Max, she flopped onto her side on the grass and then rolled onto her back to expose her belly, staring at Steve expectantly. He chuckled as he rubbed her belly like she seemed to expect. Someone across the lawn called out to Lori, who excused herself and told us to help ourselves to anything we'd like. Steve and I gave the dogs plenty of attention for a few minutes and they seemed to love it. They'd really become our little friends. "You looked stressed leaving work yesterday," Steve said, pulling Millie into his arms. "I figured I'd give you space." "Everything okay?" "Yes and no," I said, letting out a sigh. "My dad called me to tell me he'd broken up with his girlfriend and he seemed really down." "That's too bad," he said. "He dumped her over a kitten disagreement." "Can you believe that?" I asked. "How long were they together?" "Almost a year." "I thought she might be the one, but apparently not," I said, rocking Max in my arms, with his head lolled back and tongue dangling out the side of his mouth. "Sorry to hear it," he said. "Thanks," I said, shaking my head. "I'm just disappointed, I guess. My dad is a good guy. He deserves someone who treats him well and she did. But it feels like he's content to just be a bachelor the rest of his life. He says some people just aren't meant for love." "Maybe some people aren't," he said. My eyebrows furrowed together. It's not as if I wasn't aware Steve wasn't looking to settle down, but at the same time I didn't want to believe he thought love might not be for him. My heart wanted to believe that he still held out hope. "Is that how you feel?" I asked, not really looking for an honest answer. "My parents' divorce wasn't pretty," he said, his fingers faltering and scratching Millie's belly. She rolled onto her feet and slid her head beneath his hand. There was a lot of yelling toward the end. They haven't spoken since the divorce was finalized. Steve paused and took a deep breath. I don't ever want to put myself in that situation. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, I said. He shrugged. It was a long time ago. Still, I know how hard it can be, I said, thinking back to my parents' many arguments before they divorced. But, for what it's worth, I think you're meant for love. His blue eyes lifted and met mine. You're a really good guy, Steve, I said, meaning it with my whole heart. You don't say, he said, the corner of his mouth lifting. Infuriating sometimes, but a good guy, I said, putting my hand on his arm. And I think someone is going to come along who really, really loves you. He stared at me a moment, before his gaze dropped to my hand. His skin felt warm under my palm, but I didn't move away. I wanted him to know I was serious. When his eyes met mine again, he leaned toward me and opened his mouth a little. Steve and Kennedy? Lori called, from across the lawn. Could you two be dears and put the little ones in the house? We're going to start the games. I expect you'll be participating. Steve and I exchanged a knowing look. The serious moment between us had passed. Games meant competition. Competition meant we were both absolutely going to participate. On your marks. Lori called out from beside the back door once all of the contestants had paired off and climbed into two-person burlap sacks. Millie and Max pressed their noses to the other side of the glass door and yipped. At the far end of the yard, Steve and I stood in the middle of the contestants. He was pressed to me much more closely than when we were approaching Lori's door earlier, but all thoughts of romance were gone from my head. We had 6 pairs of contestants to beat and neither of us were looking to lose this thing. We moved together, got it? Steve said, giving me a look that meant business. If my jumps are too big, squeeze my arm and I'll make smaller hops. Got it, I said, my hands clutching the large burlap sack to hold it up at waist level. Get set! Lori called and then raised a black whistle to her lips. After a pause, the whistle was blown and the contestants took off. Steve kept his hops small, verbally giving a 1, 2, 1, 2 to keep us on track for when to hop. All around us, the other contestants stumbled and fumbled. Some fell to the ground and had to be helped up by their sack mate. In another instance, one partner fell, causing the other to fall as well. Ha! But not Steve and me. We kept to the same rhythm, moving at a quick but steady pace all the way across the yard. There was no question about who the winners were when we crossed the finish line because the runners-up were at least 10 feet behind us. Victory! Steve turned to me the moment we crossed the rope, signifying the finish line, but I hadn't known he was going to stop. So, I went to take one more hop, only to be stopped by the fact that my sackmate was no longer moving with me. I reached for his arm, but it was too late. I fell to the ground, pulling Steve's arm with me, which made him fall, too. My back hit the ground hard, and it knocked the wind out of me for a few seconds. Steve rolled onto his forearm, leaning over me with our legs intertwined inside of the sack. Are you all right? He asked. No. Where does it hurt? My ego is bruised, I said, gazing up into his eyes, his face so close to mine that I breathed in the minty scent of the gum he'd been chewing earlier. But you're fine otherwise? He asked, looking visibly relieved. Yes, I lied, my mouth parting slightly as my heart hammered in my chest from the way he gazed down at me. I was so not okay. The glee over our win had been replaced with something tense and certain. My feelings for Steve were undeniable. He shifted, his forehead brushing mine before he whispered, "We make a good pair." Yes, we do, I said, holding my breath, the look in his eyes making me wonder if he wanted to kiss me as badly as I wanted to kiss him. His lips were so close to mine, I could almost feel them. All I had to do was lean up the slightest bit and we'd be kissing. Should I do it? He pulled back slightly, making me realize I'd obviously imagined that moment between us. All completely and totally one-sided. Steve didn't see me as more than a friend and a competitor in our many bets. Disappointment flooded through me as I lifted my head and suddenly, his lips were on mine. Skitters of tingles flooded my chest and exploded in my belly as his mouth parted and his tongue tasted mine. After all these years, Steve was finally kissing me. Well, unless I'd hit my head when I fell and was dreaming. As if in answer, his tongue caressed mine and butterflies took up residence in my belly. Warmth flooded through me and my mind filled with images of fairy tale kisses while the prince and princess fell in love. Only this was so much better. Steve had always been a kind and loyal friend, not to mention his sense of humor that could make me smile on the darkest of days. But the chemistry I felt as his lips captured mine slowly but firmly was something beyond the books I'd read as a child. This felt right, made me complete, made my heart fill with love. Wait, love? Oh, yes. Most definitely. I was so in love with Steve. No denying it at all now. And he obviously had feelings for me or he wouldn't be kissing me as if his life depended on it. I wrapped my hand around his neck, pulling him closer and never wanting this kiss to end. Kennedy and Steve, congratulations on your win. Please report to the winner's circle to claim your prize. Lori's voice boomed from all around us. My eyes popped open to find Steve pulling away and straightening. I blinked up at him and he glanced down at me through hooded eyes. A second later, he lifted me up and into a sitting position as we both turned and looked across the lawn at Lori. Feeling Jared, I so wanted to rewind time to finish that kiss. We'd better claim our prize, Steve said, giving me one last glance before kicking the sack off his feet and rolling onto the ground beside me to stand up. He extended a hand to me. I put my hand in his and let him pull me to my feet. For a woman who loved to win, I couldn't help feeling this one came with such bad timing. With people clapping all around us, I was starting to wonder if I'd imagined the moment that had just happened. I didn't really care about a prize right now. Couldn't time rewind the clock just this once? Was that really asking so much out of life? Steve took my hand and turned to me, his expression making me feel like he wanted to say something. I know that I, personally, had a million thoughts I wanted to get out. I wanted to ask if he'd wanted that kiss for as long as I had. And if so, what did that mean? Did he have feelings for me? I had to ask him and find out once and for all. Why did you just kiss me? I asked, a little more forcefully than I'd planned. Oops. Why? He asked, his facial expression tightening before he cleared his throat and shook his head. The way we landed was so close, it just seemed like the thing to do. No big deal. No big deal? I asked, the blood in my veins heating. The kiss that had meant the world to me and rocked me to my core had been no big deal to him? Did I just hear you correctly? Ease off, Kennedy. Don't get so mad. It's understandable to get caught up in the victory moment, don't you think? Lighten up. I blinked, pulling out of my dreamy haze. What? Pretty crazy, huh? Yeah, pretty crazy, I said, thinking it was crazy that I'd expected anything more from a man who never had feelings for any woman that lasted more than a calendar month. And here I'd been about to ask him if it would count as losing the bet if I asked him to go to Mel's wedding with me. If he would be willing to change his stance on relationships for whom he had once deemed a high-maintenance princess. Now that kind of thinking had been pretty crazy. Tears stung the backs of my eyes, so I sucked in a breath and blinked them away as we moved toward Lori to claim our prize. Chapter 9. My nerves were raw when I arrived at work on Monday. Steve had texted me last night about the race, saying he thought we were a good team. What did that mean, though? I decided that today was the day I was going to find out, and I wanted that to happen as soon as possible. If he was going to break my heart, I'd rather get it over with clearly and quickly, so I hurried through the front door to see if he had arrived yet. "Good morning," I said, in a sing-song voice to Carrie, who sat behind the front counter. "Good morning to you," she said, her head tilting to the side as she peered at me. "How is it possible that you're even more energetic than usual today? Like, how is it physically possible?" I gave an eye roll as I strode over to the counter and dropped my gym bag on the floor. I leaned onto the desk, resting my chin in my hands. "You don't ever wake up feeling perky?" Carrie snorted. "Oh, yeah, absolutely. Every morning I wake up full of energy, and then I hop on my unicorn and fly to Atlantis." "Atlantis is underwater," I said, wrinkling my nose and shaking my head. "Your unicorn would drown." "Unicorns can't drown, they're magic." "Ah, to live in your reality," I laughed, standing upright again. "You're fidgeting, which means something happened. Spill, right now." "Maybe," I put my hands up in mock surrender before taking a deep breath and deciding to confess. "I'm not sure how to say this." She rolled her hand toward herself. "Out with it already." "Okay, well, this weekend Steve and I ended up at Lori's garden party." "Lori? Is that the dog lady who bought the poem?" I nodded. "She had us participate in a sack race, and we won." "You beat Steve?" "He and I were on the same team, you know, in the same sack." Her eyes widened and a grin spread across her face. "Ah, the plot thickens." "After we crossed the finish line, we kind of fell," I said, my cheeks heating as my pulse kicked up a notch. "He was really close to my face." She leaned toward me. "How close?" "Close," I said, holding my palm in front of my face and remembering back. "South close." She waited a beat, blinking rapidly. And it sounds crazy saying this, but he kissed me." "It's about time." Carrie squealed, jumping up and down, before she paused. "Wait a minute. Why don't you look happier?" "Because he stopped the kiss." "Well, we were actually interrupted." Her eyebrows came together. "By whom?" "Lori." "The dog lady?" I nodded. "She wanted us to claim our prize." "But you did kiss?" she asked. I nodded and then tilted my head. "Well, I think so. Maybe I imagined it, actually." "Oh, please. You know when you know." Even I knew this would happen eventually. "What? How? You two have this chemistry like you just click." I raised my brow. "You think we click?" "Everyone can see it," she said with a shrug, as if this news was no big deal and nothing out of the ordinary. "Can't tell you how many times Erica and I have discussed it." "Well, it would have been nice if you'd let me in on the secret," I chided. It was Carrie's turn to roll her eyes at me. "Police, you two hardheads were never going to realize it outside of your own time. You were too focused on who could do the most jumping jacks or whatever." I shake my head. "No way, whatever you're seeing, it's all in your head. This weekend was just a heat of the moment sort of thing, according to Steve." She cringed. "Ouch." "Exactly," I said, throwing my eyes toward the ceiling. I don't know why I even expected something different from him. You know he isn't looking for a relationship. Well, true, but nothing. I want a prince and a happily ever after. Steve wants to see how many princesses he can kiss before his magic wears off. I want the whole package, he doesn't, end of story. She pursed her lips and tilted her head. How was the kiss? Unbelievable, I said, reimagining it in my head. Shiver. Wow, she said. Carrie looked like she had more that she wanted to say, and knowing her she probably did. But as luck would have it, she didn't get the chance to make a single noise in response as the front door opened and Steve held the door open for Erica to walk in first. "Milady," Steve joked, giving a dramatic bow and motioning towards the open entrance. Erica laughed, stepping past him and inside the building before giving a small bow of her own. "Why, thank you, kind sir." "Good morning," I said, looking at Erica only. "Hey," she said, making her way across the lobby to the front desk as she crooked a thumb back towards Steve. "This guy is absolutely full of it this morning." Steve did a half jog to catch up with Erica before coming to a stop beside me, standing so close that our arms brushed. I could feel heat rising to my face and internally scolded myself for acting love-struck. Was he attractive, and charming, and funny, and sweet? Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. No reason to go all doe-eyed over him touching me, though. Carrie, it seemed, caught sight of the blush on my cheeks and looked at me knowingly. "Must be full of the same stuff as Kennedy, today," Carrie said. "She's been practically bouncing all over the place this morning. They must still be riding that victory high." Erica looked at me specifically. "I heard about your big win at Lori's this weekend. I believe congratulations are in order." I placed a hand to my chest, pretending to be touched by her sentiment. "Why, thank you. A win is always a good thing." "What did you guys win, anyway?" Carrie asked, turning her attention to Steve. "Gift certificates to some restaurant in town. Café Mattia, I think it's called. Heard it's supposed to be a nice Italian place," Steve explained. "Oh, I've heard of it," Erica said, nodding appreciatively. "I hear if you go on any given night, you'll eventually witness a proposal. Super romantic. Candles, low lights, the whole deal." "Who are you gonna take there?" I hadn't thought about it, I answered immediately, because it was the honest truth. I had no idea who I would take with me to use my gift certificate. Steve probably wouldn't want to go out with me in such a romantic context, and it's not like I was allowed to date right now. "That reminds me," Steve said, finally meeting my gaze. Emotion ran through his blue eyes, making me wonder what he was thinking. "Isn't your birthday coming up soon?" "Oh, I guess it is," I said, even though, in all honesty, I had completely forgotten. "Why?" Steve gave a shrug, his gaze falling away from me. He looked almost embarrassed. That wasn't normal. Practically nothing embarrassed Steve. Definitely nothing that had to do with me. "We should definitely go out and celebrate," Carrie said, giving me a smile and a nod. The oasis would be in keeping with tradition the last 2 years. "Sounds fun," Erica said, turning to me. "I'll see if Josh is free." "Oh, please," I said, shaking my head. "He's always free for you. You're at each other's place practically every day. And to think I remember a time when we were all talking about how hot he is." "You think he's hot?" Steve asked, turning to me. "I don't know," I said, because, yeah, Josh was hot. But it seemed weird to say that now that he was my friend's boyfriend. "Josh is totally and definitely hot," Erica said, not seeming bothered at all that we were talking about the man she loved. "Do we have a word of the day yet?" Carrie shook her head. "Whose turn is it to pick?" "I think it's Steve's," I said. He turned to me, looking confused. What? I lowered my chin. It's your turn. My turn. His eyebrows came together and I got the impression he hadn't been listening to us. Well, I had been thinking since we each have a gift card for Cafe Mattia, we could go together. To dinner? I asked. For a brief moment before I turned to fully face the man beside me, I could see Carrie and Erica exchange a look. A giddy look. A look you normally see on the face of someone 3 seasons into a TV show binge when the main couple finally gets together. If I didn't know any better, Steve, I'd say you were asking me on a date. You know that means you'd lose the bet, right? I teased him. The nervousness quickly cleared from his face and he gave me a devilish smirk. I've never forfeited a bet in my life. I'm not starting now. I'm just asking if you'd like to have a meal with me at a fancy restaurant. Totally different concept. Plus, I'd never take a date out with a gift certificate. Gotta keep it classy. I heaved a sigh. There was the Steve that I knew. The one that I liked, but also annoyed me sometimes. Well, go right ahead and tell Lori you don't think her gift certificates are classy. Put your foot in your mouth one more time. Oh! That reminds me. Lori said she's made a decision about the poem. Can you believe it? She wants us to come by this weekend if we're free. I'm always free to beat you at something, I said, with a smirk. Great, I told her I could be there around 4 o'clock. That work for you? Steve asked. Are you two going to be glad to be rid of your doggy obligations? Carrie asked, looking directly at Steve. I'll definitely miss those pooches, Steve said, a line forming between his eyebrows. And Lori is nice. It's been fun. And you won't have that one-on-one time with Kennedy, Carrie raised an eyebrow, not even trying to be subtle anymore. I was totally going to give her an earful once we were alone. Erica's eyes practically bugged out at Carrie's words. My cheeks heated and I bit my bottom lip. I don't, Steve cleared his throat, giving his head a small shake as he glanced at me. I think, competimentary. I squinted. What? The word of the day, he said, as if that were perfectly obvious. Not. Although I suppose he'd managed to dodge Carrie's question. Competimentary. Meaning? Erica asked, leaning in ever so slightly. When 2 people are competitive in certain situations and complement each other when they're on a team. Interesting, I said, for lack of a better word. Can you explain that better, Steve? Carrie asked, blinking at him with wide eyes. Like if 2 people are constantly making bets and having contests, and then if you threw them into, let's say, a sack race together, then they realize they make the perfect team? Something like that, he said, the corner of his mouth creeping upward. Oh, confusion. Had he kissed me because it was the thing to do or because we were competimentary or whatever? My head started spinning. That's when Erica let out a sigh. You two are too much, do you know that? I'd better get ready for class. Rude, Carrie joked, turning away to file some papers. I should probably go, too, Steve said, checking the time. But, how about dinner sometime at Cafe Mattia? You never actually answered me. Sure, I said, knowing this wasn't a date. He'd made that much clear. Whenever. Okay, then. Steve smiled at me as he started towards the hallway, but slowly and walking backwards so he could continue speaking to me. It's a not date. A not date, I said, trying to pretend the thought didn't bother me. I watched him until he disappeared around the corner just like Erica had. You two are too much, do you know that? Carrie asked, shaking her head as she settled herself into her work and began clicking away at her keyboard. Too much? Or not enough? I asked, pondering the answer myself. As I headed off towards the locker room, I tried to shake thoughts of Steve from my head. Sure, he'd asked me to dinner, but he'd made sure it was a non-date. And he'd been vague and had not picked when we would do this supposed dinner. Some signs pointed in the direction that he was interested in me. Hello, kiss? And, sort of dinner? But that wasn't exactly a mouse-drawn chariot that would take me to a ball. The idea that Steve would suddenly change his convictions and sweep me off my feet was nothing short of a dream. A dream that was apparently never going to happen with a certain trainer. Chapter 10. I sat up tall on my yoga mat with my legs stretched in front of me and then leaned forward and wrapped my hands around my feet. The door to my studio was closed and medium-tempo music played as I did my post-class stretch. This relaxing break at the end of the day was something I usually enjoyed. Slow soothing music replaced the upbeat Zumba tunes, and taking this time was supposed to relax me. Fat chance today. Sadly, my mind was currently consumed with thoughts of Steve and the bet and Mel's wedding, my upcoming birthday and that kiss. How had I gotten myself into this mess? A knock on my studio door jarred me from my thoughts. Probably Cheyenne, who had left her street shoes in the cubby by the door, which I noticed once the room had cleared out. Pushing Steve from my mind, I sprang from the floor, did a little bounce to shake out my muscles, and then strode across the room to pull the door open. The person on the other side of the door was so not Cheyenne. Instead, I stared into the chiseled face of Cal Miller, the non-prince who had left me with one shoe on that fateful birthday 2 years ago after he showed up late without so much as a text ahead of time. He had skillfully avoided me ever since that night, despite being Steve's best friend. What was he doing here now? Hi, I said, my eyebrows coming together as I made no attempt to hide my shock at seeing him. My name and the title of my class was posted right on the door. There was no possible way he'd shown up here by accident. Hi, Kennedy, he said, flashing me a grin. He still filled out a suit and tie like nobody's business, but I felt nothing but surprise as I stared at him. Sure, he could have gone with a little less hair gel as the studio lights were reflecting off the perfectly styled blonde strands. But, admittedly, he looked hot. How are you? He asked. I'm good, I said, wondering what in the world he was doing here. Great. That's great. I'm great, too. I mean, you didn't ask, but I'm great, he said, his rambling response showing the awkwardness that was so very real. May I help you with something? I asked, lifting an eyebrow. Yeah, actually, he replied, raking a hand through his hair which seemed to crunch a little under the pressure. Way too much gel. Have you seen, Steve around? I was supposed to pick him up, but he's not in the gym or the locker room. Oh, I said, wishing I didn't know Steve's every move at the gym so well because it just made me feel pathetic. Did you check the basketball courts? He uses the courts to run sprints at the end of the day with his clients. No, I didn't check there, he said, not seeming overly interested in my answer. Thanks for the tip. Sure, I said, shrugging as he remained in the open doorway. He held my gaze in silence, without making a move to turn around and find Steve. Huh. I tilted my head, my blonde ponytail brushing my shoulder. Is there something else? Yes. I'm sorry, he blurted, before clearing his throat. Sorry? I asked, blinking rapidly. You don't have to be sorry for not knowing Steve's whereabouts, I said, because duh. No, that's not what I mean, he said, taking in a deep breath. I should have apologized a long time ago. For, that time. Something I had learned about Cal in our short-term dating history was that he never liked to be wrong. So, to hear him apologize sounded kind of weird to my ears. In fact, hearing him apologize for something that had happened 2 years ago felt absolutely mind-blowing. That time? I asked, wondering if I'd heard him correctly. He ran his teeth across his bottom lip. Yeah, at your birthday a couple years ago? I met you at the Oasis, but I was late and you were, not happy with me. Oh, right, I said, cringing at how I'd gone off about promptness and that if he were my prince then a prince would call if you were going to be late, so he couldn't be my prince and I didn't even want him to be my prince anymore. Note to self, 1 strawberry daiquiri is plenty for one evening, otherwise one might repeat words too many times. Yeah, that wasn't the greatest night. To put it mildly, he said. I shrugged. You said it. Well, I still feel bad about it, Kennedy. In fact. Ouch, came a shout from down the hallway. What the? Peeking my head out of the doorway, I spotted Carrie, Erica, and Steve squatting around the corner like peeping gnomes. Carrie crouched down the lowest, Erica was over her, and Steve's muscular frame bent over Erica. Obviously, they'd been spying on us. Steve's gaze caught mine and he straightened looking at the ceiling. Carrie and Erica, however, continued arguing in a hushed tone, seemingly unaware they'd been caught. Back up! You stepped on my heel, Carrie said, hissing at Erica. Shoo! I barely touched you, Erica said, nudging her arm. Looking for something? I asked, wiggling my fingers at them. Erica and Carrie paused and turned to me with their eyes widening. Steve started whistling a tune and stared at the floor. Then Erica attempted to step around the corner and nearly tripped over Carrie, who managed to steady herself by grabbing onto Steve's shirt. She then used his shirt as leverage to pull herself to her feet, nearly knocking Erica over in the process. Oh, hey, Erica said, her smile too wide and her voice trying to suggest she just happened to notice Cal and me standing there. Fancy meeting you here, Carrie said, obviously suppressing a laugh. I pursed my lips as I stepped past Cal and walked down the hallway with my arms crossed. Are you guys spying on me? Erica thrust a hand to her chest. I would never do such a thing. Me either, Carrie added, shaking her head. Right, I said, letting out a big sigh. And, Steve? I saw you duck around the corner so you may as well come back. Hey, Kennedy, Steve said, surprising me by not calling me princess. He came out from his hiding spot around the corner, looking between his best friend and me, a thin line forming between his eyebrows. Steve! Cal said, clapping his hands together. I was just looking for you. You found me, buddy, Steve said, that slash between his eyebrows remaining. Yes, indeed, Cal said, chuckling as if he found the situation humorous. Then he shook his head, stepped closer to me, and lowered his voice, like I was saying, I never should have been so late to your birthday party and you were right to be upset. Okay, I blinked, because while I was justified in being annoyed I'd actually gone a little over the top acting like he'd disappointed my world. Work got crazy, but that's no excuse. I should have called, or at least texted, something. It was wrong of me to do that to you. I'm working on focusing more on other people than my work, it's a process. Probably why I'm still single. That might do it, I said, teasing in response. I know I can't change the past, but I'd like to try and make it up to you, he said, slipping his hands in the pockets of his slacks. Maybe buying you a drink would be a start. Steve and I are going to have drinks at the Jeffries Lounge tonight. Would you like to join us? My gaze flicked to Steve and I noticed his jaw tighten, so I paused. 1,000 thoughts went through my head all at once. Most of them had to do with Steve kissing me at the garden party and then sort of asking me out to dinner. I'd been so caught up in my surprise at seeing Cal that I finally seemed to be catching on that Cal seemed interested in me. Not only that, but he was inviting me out right in front of the guy I'd kissed not too long ago. When had my life gotten so messy? I shifted uncomfortably. Cal followed my gaze and nodded in Steve's direction. That all right with you, buddy? Yeah, of course, Steve said, his tone unusually enthusiastic. He was fine with me going out with Cal? Did our kiss really mean nothing to him at all? The thought made my chest tighten, but I was determined not to let it show. So, I turned to Cal and smiled. I'd love to join you for a drink. Awesome, Cal said. Definitely, I said, knowing I needed to move on from my obsession with Steve. And, really, Cal did seem genuinely sorry. So, who was I to turn him down? How about it, Erica? Carrie? Steve asked, turning to the gals. You up for drinks with us? Might as well make it a party. I'm in, Carrie said, her gaze on me and her smile mischievous. Most definitely, Erica replied with a nod. It's settled then, Cal said, stepping away from me and gesturing at Steve. You, hit the shower. You're not getting into my Land Rover like that. I'm going to hit the locker room, too. See you there? I asked, putting a hand on Cal's arm. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Steve turn away and head down the hall. Looking forward to it, Cal said, checking the time on his cell phone. We'll see you ladies around 7 o'clock at the Jeffries. With that, Cal strode past Carrie and Erica, rounded the corner, and disappeared. My head was reeling and it was hard to keep everything that had just happened straight. However, one thing was unmistakable, the look of displeasure on Steve's face as he turned on his heel. But one thing I didn't know was why he could possibly be upset. Chapter 11. The lights in the lounge at the Jeffries Hotel were dimly lit and soft music played in the background, creating a relaxing upscale atmosphere. A few appetizer plates sat on the coffee table, which was surrounded by couches and well-cushioned chairs. The chairs were like a hip, minimalist version of an armchair. They swiveled from side to side, making it easy to face friends on either side of you. Steve, being Steve, immediately took full advantage of this fact. He dramatically swiveled his chair in the direction of whoever was currently talking, at one point nearly knocking over his whiskey on the rocks. The man seemed extra energetic tonight. Can you stop acting like a bored child for 5 minutes? I snipped from across the table. Was I feeling moody with him? Sure, but he deserved it. What kind of man kisses a woman and makes her legs turn to spaghetti because it seemed like the thing to do? Can't be a child if I'm drinking alcohol, Steve replied with a shrug, picking up his glass and throwing me a smug look. He took a sip, and then added, that would be illegal, princess. I couldn't have rolled my eyes at him harder if I had tried. To this, he merely raised his glass in a cheers motion and took a sip. Anyway, Carrie's voice was loud as if to draw the table's attention back to the story she had been telling. The 5 of us sat around the table, each with a drink in front of us. As Carrie held her martini in one hand, she reached towards the mini charcuterie board that sat closest to her and plucked a green olive from it. She popped it into her mouth before going on with what she'd been saying. So, I come home the other day and find Patty's crazy cat has not only shredded all of the mail I left on the table, but she'd gone out of her way to tear off the fabric patch I had to put on the side of the love seat the day before. Cal chuckled at the story, holding a glass of cola in one hand, with the other hand resting on the arm of his chair. He'd taken off his suit jacket and draped it neatly over the back of the chair before rolling up the sleeves of his dress shirt, showing off the expensive silver watch around his left wrist. Definitely not acting like a child. Where did Patty go this time? With her yoga class on a retreat to the mountains in Nevada, Carrie said, popping another olive into her mouth. And the cat's name? Take a guess. Fluffy, I said, figuring it was a safe bet. Carrie shook her head. Nope. It would have been my guess, too, Cal said, giving me a warm smile. My stomach tightened, but I forced a smile. Thank you, Cal. Snuffleupagus, Steve said, his knee bumping into mine as he swiveled again. Erica hit him in the arm playfully. That's a character from Sesame Street, Steve. Steve shrugged. Still an excellent name for a cat. I rolled my eyes. If you're 5. Touchy, Steve said, looping an arm around my shoulder. Did someone forget to take their happy vitamins today? My skin warmed from his touch, but I shrugged his arm off. I took my vitamin C, thank you very much. Patty's cat? Erica tapped a finger to her chin. Well, she's an art teacher, so maybe Van Gogh? Good guess, but no, Carrie said, sipping her martini before holding her arm up. Patty named her cat Patrick. Patrick? That's hilarious, I laughed, shaking my head. Patty and Patrick. That's just too cute. You know what they say when pets are given people names, right? Cal shook his head and leaned toward me from his spot on the sofa next to me. What do they say? I sucked in a breath, knowing I should appreciate the attention Cal was giving me and wishing I felt even one iota of attraction to him. They say the pet is treated like a person. I believe it, Carrie said, clapping her hands together. This little guy is so spoiled that he thinks my entire apartment is his personal nail file. Ugh, Erica said, before taking a sip of her drink. Time to give Pat back to Pat, Steve joked. Cal laughed. How long will Patrick be joining you? Another week, she said, letting out a moan. Maybe he'll be adjusted by then, I said, rationally. Sometimes these things take a while. Cats are pure evil, Steve said, leaning toward me. You can tell a lot about a person by the way they treat animals, Steve, I said, taking a long sip of my drink. Sorry, princess, but I'm a dog person, through and through. Wow, I said, butterflies going wild in my belly at his use of the nickname again. Steve swiveled his chair to face me and I fought to stuff my feelings down. Sounds like Millie really made an impression on you. Millie is a saint among mortals and I would take a bullet for her, Steve proclaimed, making those butterflies start their flapping in my tummy. Who, exactly, is Millie? Cal asked, his head tilting slightly. Erica lifted a mini Caprice skewer before saying, Steve and Kennedy have been playing with dogs in an effort to take a poem from an old lady, who's possibly lonely and crazy. Hey! I said, taking offense at her implication that I was trying to take a poem from an elderly woman. She offered to sell the poem to one of us fair and square. Plus, Lori isn't crazy, Steve said, looking just as defensive as I felt over our new friend. Fine, Erica said, still holding the skewer. A totally sane but definitely lonely old woman who, actually, might be a genius now that I think about it because she's had you two wrapped around her finger for weeks. We just like the dogs, I mumbled, because it sounded so weird to hear her explain aloud what was happening. One thing was for certain, I had been thinking about letting Erica know she had basil stuck in her teeth. But now I was pondering staying silent. Erica, right here, Carrie gestured to between her teeth. Oopsie, Erica said, running her tongue over her teeth. Josh is going to tease me forever when I tell him about this. So, don't tell him, Steve said, shrugging. She should be able to share whatever she wants with her boyfriend. It's called intimacy, I said, leaning towards Steve. Which you would know if you'd ever dated a woman for more than a month. We dated for more than a month, Cal said, smiling over at me. I remember, I said, wondering what he meant by that comment. I remember the breakup and having to drive you home that night, Steve said, the corner of his jaw pulsing. My mouth dropped open. Thanks for the pleasant memory. Just saying, Steve said, taking a sip of his drink. What kind of dogs have you been watching? Cal asked, keeping his gaze on me even though Steve could have answered the question just as well as I could. They're Chiweenies, I replied. They're super cute little pups. Their names are Max and Millie. Millie is really sweet and cute and happy. And Max is happy too, but he's kind of a hyper-happy. As if by fate, at that moment Steve accidentally dripped a splash of whiskey onto the button-up shirt he had changed into for the evening. Erica gave him a sideways glance before looking back at me and saying, "Wow, now who do those dogs remind me of?" So, you and Steve are helping an old lady with her dogs so she'll sell you a poem? What do you do with the dogs? He asked. Walk them, bathe them, play with them, I answered. Last time we showed up at Lori's house, she was having a garden party she didn't tell us about, so we ended up spending a lot of time just petting them and trying to be polite with everyone. Cal reached over to where Steve sat and gave him a friendly slap on the shoulder. Never thought you'd be the type to go to garden parties and pet small dogs. It was pretty boring. A lot of silly games or whatever, Steve said, playing nonchalant in front of his friend. Immediately, my blood started to boil. Boring? He found the garden party boring? The party where we not only dominated in the sack race but then we'd fallen down and he'd kissed me. Steve had kissed me, full on the lips, right then and there. And that kiss was boring to him? I briefly made eye contact with Carrie, who saw the fire in my eyes and gave a slight shake of her head, trying to silently tell me to just let it go. She knew exactly what was going on inside of my brain. But even I couldn't stop the angry freight train that had just gone astray. There was nothing boring about kissing me. Sure, maybe Steve was a stupid, dumb frog who wasn't ever going to turn into a prince, but that kiss was magic. My anger quickly led me to remember Steve's actions after everything was said and done. You didn't seem bored when we won the sack race, I said, shooting daggers at Steve with my eyes. In fact, you seemed pretty excited and spontaneous. Steve looked taken aback, and I wasn't sure if it was because of my tone or because of the fact that he knew the actual event I was referring to, our kiss. Yeah, well, adrenaline will do that to you, he said, giving me a long look. His words were like a punch to the stomach. It was one thing for him to have so blatantly rebuked the kiss right after it happened. After all, that could have been chalked up to a number of things. He could have been nervous, or in a panic. But now, in front of everyone, to make such a thinly veiled metaphor to let me know that the kiss didn't mean anything, well, it stung. I glanced at Cal and saw a hint of confusion on his face. At least that told me Steve hadn't told his friend about what a mistake he'd made. Not that I thought he was the type to do that, well, he'd sort of implied as much to me though. Man, you really are one of a kind. It's hard to find a guy who can be a sore winner, I said. Yeah, well, it's equally hard to find a girl who doesn't think winning is enough. What more do you want from me? Not a thing, Steve, I said, narrowing my eyes at him. Oh yeah? Well. Ahem, Carrie said, coughing meaningfully into her hand. At that moment, I realized the rest of the table had fallen into complete silence, while Steve and I had quipped back and forth. My lips pressed together hard, showing Steve that I was finished responding, and he heaved an annoyed sigh before downing the last of his drink. So, Carrie decided to break the tension that had settled over us. Do you know what else Patrick did yesterday? The evening went back to normal after that. There was no more talk of Lori, or the dogs, or the garden party. We all shared a few laughs when Carrie told us how the cat had managed to knock the top off of his automatic feeder and gorge himself while she was at work. After we finished our drinks and appetizers, we decided to call it a night. Erica and Carrie agreed to share a cab home, gathered their purses, and bid us goodbye. That left Steve, Cal, and I to walk outside together, which felt so awkward. Cal stopped outside the brass doors of the hotel and turned to me as the doors closed behind us. "You look beautiful tonight." "That's very sweet of you to say," I said, feeling exhausted and ready to go home and sleep. "I know I messed up with you before, but I'd love another chance to make it up to you. Are you free for dinner this Friday?" The offer was sweet, and it felt refreshing to have someone ask me to dinner and specifically tell me when. Was that asking so much? I didn't think so. It also felt nice to finally have some closure on that fateful birthday night. And in a way, I wanted to accept the offer because it would simplify my life. I'd have a date for Mel's wedding, a stable partner, and everything might end in happily ever after. After all, Cal seemed to have turned into the textbook definition of a modern-day Prince Charming. Unfortunately, I couldn't accept Cal's offer. There was the bet to think of course. But in all honesty, the concert was becoming just a fleeting thought whenever it popped up in my mind. There was also the fact that I couldn't forfeit and let Steve win our bet. But even more so, there was Steve. Steve, who stood only a few feet away from us, staring down at his phone but not moving his fingers. It was clear he wasn't actually doing anything on the phone, just waiting for his friend. "Thanks for the offer," I said, letting out a sigh as I shook my head. The disappointment on Cal's face was immediately apparent. "It's very sweet of you to ask, but I'm not dating right now," I said, letting him down in as nice a way that I could think of on the spot. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Steve shut off his cell phone screen and slip it back into his pants pocket. Did that mean he was listening? "You're not dating?" Cal asked, his surprised tone all too evident. Wow, had I really been so much of a date-aholic that even Cal was shocked to hear me turn one down? Whatever the outcome of this bet turned out to be, maybe this break from dating was for the best. "Really," I said, giving him a small smile. "I'm just taking some time away from the dating scene. It's nothing personal. I think you're really great." "Thanks," he said, even as the corners of his mouth turned downward. As if sensing him watching, I glanced at Steve and found him staring back at me. The look in his eyes was soft, almost pained. It was confusing, to say the least. It was something that a less sane person might even have labeled as longing, but I knew Steve too well to think that. As much as I would love to think it pained him to see me nearly scooped up by another prince, I knew that couldn't actually be the case. He had made it painfully clear that he wasn't interested. But still, as I turned my attention back to Cal, there was nothing I could do to get Steve's expression out of my head. "Maybe we can all do this friend thing again some other time?" I suggested, trying not to leave on a bad note. "I had a great time with all of you tonight." "Yeah," Cal said, his smile tight-lipped, and I was sure he wasn't used to being rejected. "We should do it again sometime." Still looking downtrodden, Cal gave me a hug goodbye, and then he and Steve started off toward his car. That left me alone on the street in front of the Jeffries. I may have looked beautiful tonight, but what I was feeling, well, that was just pure confusion. Chapter 12. When I pulled up to the curb in front of Lori's house on Saturday afternoon, I saw that Steve had beaten me there. As I got out of my car, he lifted his head and I saw his forehead wrinkle. Fun-loving and upbeat Steve had a look of displeasure on his face. "What was that about?" "Hi," I said, walking toward him, wanting to ask him why he felt repulsed by our kiss. But something about his look made me pause. "You okay?" I'm fine, he replied with a half-hearted smile. You don't seem fine, I said, glancing over at him as we strolled up the walkway toward Laurie's front door. Had a long day, I guess, he said, ringing the doorbell. It's only 3 o'clock, I said, just as Laurie answered the door. Well, if it isn't my 2 favorite dog caretakers, she said, the usual grin on her face faltering as she gave Steve a second look. Everything okay, Steve? She asked. Of course, Steve said, the corners of his mouth inching upward. How are you, Laurie? I asked. Always happy to see you too, she said, giving me a curious look. I raised a shoulder. So, are the little ones ready for us? They will be so excited, she said, craning her neck to look into the house as she gave a high-pitched whistle. Immediately, I heard the sound of paws clicking across the hardwood floors. Millie and Max stopped by their owner's feet and the gloom apparent in Steve's expression lifted upon him seeing the small pups. Hey, girl. Steve leaned down, cooing at Millie and then gathering her into his arms. She was all too happy to let him cradle her, his hand rubbing her belly in just the right spot to make her back right leg twitch. She adores you, Laurie said, studying Steve's lightened expression. Could we take them for a walk? Steve asked, as Millie wiggled in his arms. They'd love it. I'll get their leashes, Laurie said, without the slightest bit of hesitation. While I was glad to see Steve had lightened up, I still felt ill at ease. There was always that question burning in my mind, why was he so adamant that our kiss meant nothing to him? I considered how to ask this when Laurie reappeared with the leashes. Thanks, I said, taking hold of the blue leash. You ready, Max? Once we calmed Max down enough for me to get the leash on his collar, he was off and pulling me down the sidewalk. Steve and Millie strolled next to me in silence. Finally, I opened my mouth to ask once and for all what was going. You and Cal seemed to get along last night, Steve said. Cal? I asked, trying to build up the nerve to ask Steve what I really wanted to know. He's a nice guy. You've forgiven him? Huh? For arriving late to your birthday party. That was years ago, I said, as Max tugged on the leash. He broke up with me, remember? Seems interested in you now, he retorted, holding Millie's leash with ease at his side. So unfair that she listened to him whereas I had to keep a tight grip on the ever-excited Max. I sighed. He's lucky he's so cute and lovable, or I might be more annoyed. You're annoyed with Cal? What? No. His brow crinkled. But you said you might be annoyed with him. I did? I asked, as the leash gave a tug. I stared at my little furry friend and then my eyes widened. Yeah, just now, Steve said, and then his jaw tightened. You said he's lucky he's so cute and lovable. My eyes widened. I was talking about Max, not Cal. Oh, he said, clearing his throat. My mistake. I glanced over at him and noticed his jaw had relaxed. Why did he look so relieved I hadn't been talking about Cal? I mean, didn't he want me to get back together with Cal? I needed to ask him what he meant. I opened my mouth. You think Cal's a nice guy, though, right? Yeah, he's nice. I said, wishing Steve thought our kiss was nice. More than nice, though. Swoonilicious. My cheeks heated. Okay, I wouldn't be using that as a word of the day. What if someone asked how I thought of it? You're blushing, Steve pointed out. No, I'm not, I said, feeling my face heat even more. Your cheeks are pink, he said, giving me a curious look. Why are you so interested in my cheeks? I asked, as Max came to a complete stop, making me trip. And not interested in my kiss, I wanted to add. Max needs to figure out who's boss, Steve said, the corner of his mouth lifting. If only I knew who was boss, I said, blowing my bangs out of my eyes and remembering that kiss again. So swoon-ilicious. You're cute when you blush, Steve said, his voice low. I blinked, turning my gaze to Steve. What did he mean by that? I should ask him. I should definitely ask him. Yes, I should. Max is on strike, I said, wanting to kick myself for wimping out. Why was it so hard to ask Steve about how he felt about me? Maybe he's just messing with you, he said, nudging my arm. My arm tingled at the brush of Steve's skin against mine. Why would he mess with me? I asked, feeling like Steve was totally messing with my emotions. Maybe he just wants your attention, he said, his blue eyes peering down at me from under that thick slash of dark hair across his forehead. He already has my attention, I said, thinking every nerve in my body was at attention right now. Steve's face was so close to mine that I wanted to kiss him. My brain prodded to forget trying to talk to Steve, because it would feel so good to have those lips against mine. In a flash, without thinking, I closed the short distance between us and pressed my lips to his. His mouth felt warm like the afternoon sunlight. Needing more, I opened my mouth and tasted him. His tongue responded, moving against mine in a swift, smooth stroke that made my belly do a flip. This was so not a good idea. But then I kissed him again and didn't even care that this wasn't a good idea. His mouth blended with mine perfectly and every part of me felt like I'd arrived home. His fingers brushed my cheek as his head slanted and he tasted me again. Oh, yum. This felt perfect and right and like we should have been doing this for the last 2 years. Except, oh, yeah, the man didn't believe in true love. After one last taste of his bottom lip, I pulled away. Okay, Max, let's go, I said, turning away from Steve and taking a step forward on the sidewalk. In a flash, a hand closed gently around my arm. Wait, princess. I turned to Steve, lifting my lashes. Yes? What was that for? He asked, his voice low and deep. I looked into those amazing blue eyes, seeing emotions running through them but unable to read what he was thinking. So, I shrugged. Seemed like the thing to do. Suddenly, Max yipped and tugged against the leash. You just wanting my attention, boy? I asked, turning to Max and feeling Steve stare against the side of my head. Good. Let Steve be the one left wondering about our kiss. Tell me what's going on between you and Cal? Steve asked, catching up to me. I gave him a side glance as his brow knitted. Nothing is going on. Well, I'm sure having an old Prince Charming ask to sweep you off your feet is what you've been looking for, Steve said, his eyes intent on me. I rolled my eyes. He did not sweep me off my feet. More barking filled the air, this time from Millie, but Steve and I both ignored her. He seemed pretty eager for another shot with you, he said, a bitter edge to his voice that made me feel defensive. At least somebody is eager to have a shot with me, I said, frowning as I quickened my pace. Why are you asking so many questions about Cal, anyway? Dead silence filled the air. Hello? Your turn to answer a question, I said, placing a hand on my hip and noticing that something didn't feel right. The leash was still around my wrist, but I was no longer struggling to keep Max under control, which is when I realized 2 things. 1. Max was no longer yanking on his leash. 2. Max was no longer yanking on his leash because Max was no longer attached to his leash. I glanced down at the end of the leash and saw his collar, name tag attached. Millie continued to bark and it was then obvious she was barking at her brother who was making a break for it down the sidewalk. Steve and I looked at each other with our eyes wide. Then he scooped Millie up into his arms and the two of us took off at a dead sprint after Max. Max! I yelled, feeling panicked and running after him as fast as I could. Oh, no. We couldn't lose one of Lori's dogs. They meant everything to her. Max, stop. Please. Come back, boy. Steve yelled. The chase careened down 2 more blocks before we came upon a small park. Max's run slowed to a trot as he approached a fire hydrant in the far corner of the park. Immediately he positioned himself and lifted a leg. This pause gave us time to catch up and, as he was doing his business, I quickly reattached his collar. Oh, thank goodness. I patted the pup's head, trying to catch my breath and cooing at him about how happy I was he'd stopped. Max responded with a small yip and then a series of licks on my hand. With a laugh, I stood up from the crouched position and led him to a bench near a large fountain. I took a seat as my breathing slowed, starting to return to normal. That was close, Steve said, setting Millie on the ground beside the bench. He dropped onto the bench beside me, the sides of our legs brushing. It didn't go unnoticed by me that he chose to sit as close to me as possible. Way too close, I said, meaning it in more ways than one. I tried to ignore the way my pulse had speeded up. It would break Lori's heart if we lost one of her sweet pups. Don't worry, he's fine, he said. Thanks, I know, I said, a warm feeling wrapping around my shoulders at his reassuring words. As difficult as Max can be, I'm going to miss these pups after Lori makes her decision and we don't get to see them anymore. As if sensing my sadness, Max placed his paws on my knees and I took that as a cue to lift the little guy onto my lap. It seemed to be exactly what he wanted since he began to lick my cheek. I laughed and pulled him away, glancing over at Steve as I wiped my face. My smile immediately faltered. He wore that serious expression again, the gloomy one that he had when we'd arrived at Lori's earlier. Trying to lighten the mood, I reached over and gave him a playful tap on the shoulder. But then again, it's all about the bet, isn't it? I forced a laugh, but it still seemed to have been the wrong thing to say. Steve's expression darkened. You really don't like losing, huh? Have we just met? I asked, chuckling in response, still trying to get things on a lighter note. Is that why you turned down Cal for a date? He asked. What does that matter? I asked, mostly because I couldn't tell him that compared to him Cal didn't seem appealing anymore. Not like I could just say that I wasn't looking for proper, professional, and seemingly perfect anymore. I would much rather have frustrating, silly, and charming if it meant that I got to have Steve. But I couldn't tell him any of that. Steve sighed, raking a hand through his thick, dark hair. Millie pawed at his lap and he picked her up just like I had done with Max. I think you should go out with him. It felt like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over me. His words were confirmation that he didn't want me. He was shoving me at someone else in order to keep me away from him. But, what about the bet? I asked, wanting to also add, and what about us? Forget the bet, he said, giving me a smile despite the gloominess still casting a shadow over his face. You can have the concert tickets. Take Cal. I just want you to be happy. My stomach tightened. You want me to take Cal? He nodded. I think he's the Prince Charming you've been looking for. I wanted to tell Steve that he was the guy I'd been waiting for, but if that were true then I wouldn't need to tell him that, right? A dull ache formed in my chest as my heart squeezed. He really didn't want me, and no amount of questioning was going to change that. Okay, Steve, I said, feeling my throat start to close and hot tears form at the backs of my eyes. Taking a deep breath, I placed Max on the ground and then stood up. Thanks, that's really sweet of you. You're welcome, he said, which felt like a knife in the gut. I'm a little worn out, though, so, what do you say we head back to Laurie's? I asked, avoiding looking at him and hoping he wouldn't notice the tears that kept welling up in my eyes no matter how hard I blinked. Anything for you, princess, he said, breaking my heart in two as we walked down the sidewalk and back toward the house. Chapter 13. Sitting in a plush chair at the day spa, I felt totally on edge. This was the exact opposite of the effect this chair should have had on me, especially with the automatic massager rolling up and down my back. Unfortunately, ever since Steve had offered me the Street Nights concert tickets and told me to take Cal, my stomach had been in knots. Going for a mani-pedi with Carrie should have gotten my mind off of Steve, but it felt like a genuine effort to sit still for this extended amount of time even though a woman with the most wonderful hands in the world was currently rubbing my feet. I sighed. Why couldn't I just like Cal? My life would be so much easier. I mean, the guy seemed to feel badly about the way we'd ended things and made it clear he was interested in me. But, no. The guy occupying my thoughts was Steve, whose kisses made me melt and who wanted me to date his friend. In what world were those two things coexisting okay? Melting into a salon chair while my feet were being pampered was exactly what I should have needed, but it wasn't helping me relax one iota. So not okay. I relayed all of this to Carrie, who looked at me like I was crazy. You'll have a better time at the concert with Cal, anyway, she said, while browsing through the nail polish swatches that her manicurist had handed her. Steve would totally want to sing along, and I guarantee you'd be able to hear his dying wail noises over Tiffany Hart. Taking Cal will save you that headache. This is true, but I don't have feelings for Cal, I said, knowing Carrie's reference to Steve's dying wail noises wasn't an exaggeration, and yet I found his goofiness endearing. Maybe something's wrong with me. Nothing is wrong with you, she said, handing me the color swatches. Keep telling me that, I said, handing my favorite color to Brandy, the woman who had just kneaded my calf muscles and feet into submission. She complimented my choice of color and went off to grab her tools. Plus, Carrie went on, you and Cal would have way cuter babies. Have you ever seen baby pictures of Steve? She leaned toward me like she was about to tell me something top secret and said, in an exaggerated whisper, biggest ears ever. My own laughter took me by surprise, causing me to slap a hand over my mouth in order to preserve the calm ambience of the salon. Still, one woman at a table across the room turned and shot me a glance. Oops. I adore that photo, I said, remembering when his mom had come to town and brought his baby book into work, which had horrified Steve and made me smile. I'd teased him for weeks about his baby photos. There's something about him. Something you can't escape, she said, in a tone that said she knew this was the foregone conclusion the entire time anyway. At least she tried to talk reason into me. Thanks for trying to help, I said, nodding at my friend as the manicurist returned to my feet. Why do I have to fall for someone who's afraid of commitment? The heart wants who it wants, Carrie said, shrugging. My heart is glad I'm not bringing anyone to the wedding. Too much stress. At least Steve is a good friend, I said, trying to look on the bright side. Although, that good friend has been avoiding me at work, even going so far as to show up late in order to not participate in our usual morning chats around your desk. I've noticed, she said, peeking down at her purple toenails and then turning to me. The word of the day is smidiot. I was about to ask her what it meant when my cell phone and Carrie's phone vibrated at the same time. We both reached for them on the table between our chairs. Oh, my goodness! I squealed, jolting upright in my seat. Sorry. Brandy gave me an exasperated look as she grabbed the nail polish remover to get rid of the streak of purple I'd accidentally made her paint across my big toe. My attention then turned back to my cell, where Mel had sent a group text with a picture of her wedding dress. The message read, "Finally finished with alterations." "It's so beautiful," I said, admiring the sleeveless white gown that hugged her upper body before flaring out in a long, layered skirt that gave off serious about to make my grand entrance from my pumpkin carriage vibes. I could feel emotion welling up behind my eyes but quickly pushed them back. "She looks like a princess," I said, smiling. "Tell her that." Carrie chuckled at me, already furiously typing her own response. "I could probably trade that dress for a full month's rent after my lease is up next month." "Did I tell you what they're raising my rent to?" "Multiple times," I said, feeling bad for her. When Carrie repeated the number, it was so shocking that Brandy paused what she was doing to let her jaw drop and offer her condolences. However, a thought struck me. "Wait, now that Mel is getting married, she told me that Patty is looking for a new roommate," I said, recalling our phone conversation. Carrie tucked her chin. "Don't tease me." "For real," I said, raising my right hand. "Their place is adorable and the woman who owns it gives them a deal since they've lived there so long and always pay their rent on time. I'm afraid to hope she hasn't found a roommate yet." "Shoot her a text," I urged, waving at the cell in her hand. "I'm sure with the money you save on rent you'll no longer need to pawn Mel's wedding dress." "You joke, but the threat is real," she said, viciously typing away on the little keyboard. As she texted Patty, my mood dipped again. I knew there was no point to sadness. Steve didn't want me. End of story. And, sure, his parents' divorce had been hard. I got that. But to give up on love forever? What did that lead to? I mean, if you don't at least try, then there's no possibility of succeeding. "Okay, text is off," Carrie said, before she groaned. "Oh, I know that look." "What's up?" "Just thinking about Steve," I said, wanting to kick myself. "He tells me to be with Cal, fine. But he's been avoiding me since that conversation." "What's that about?" "Stuffing his feelings," Carrie said, her fingers flying over her keyboard. "Too hard for him to deal with. Patty has 3 other candidates and is adding me to the list." "What feelings is he stuffing?" I asked. She turned to me and raised an eyebrow. "The fact that he's crazy about you?" I blew out a breath. "No way. Way. He wants me to date his friend," I said, stating the obvious. "If he has feelings for me, then that's a funny way of showing it." "Emotionally stunted," she said, nodding before setting her phone down and turning to me. "You two would make a great couple." My eyes welled at her words. "I need to get over him, Carrie. I know this, but I can't even stop thinking about him for an hour while I get my nails done." Once again, my voice had gotten a tad too loud and the woman across the room who had side-eyed me earlier turned to look again. This time her expression showed less annoyance and more worry over my distressed tone. "That's sweet." I gave a small wave of apology. Carrie held up her hand. "Kennedy, why don't you just..." My cell phone vibrated on the table. Was Steve calling me? I glanced at the screen. "Dad." "It's my dad," I said, my stomach bubbling with worry. "He's having a hard time. I should take this, I'm sorry." "Do it," Carrie said, lifting the magazine she'd been reading earlier. "Hello?" "Hello, it's your dad." "Hi, Dad. How are you?" I asked, bracing myself. "I'm great." "How are you?" he asked, his voice suspiciously cheerful. "Good," I lied, because I was so not good. And so not ready to hear whatever awful thing he had to tell me now. "What's going on?" "Well, I wanted to give you a heads up. I might be getting engaged," he said, causing the whole world to come to a screeching halt. "Excuse me, what?" I asked, my heart suddenly racing. This was simultaneously the best and most mind-boggling thing I'd ever heard. "Well, she has to say yes. That's step one," Dad said, chuckling in my ear. "Okay, slow down," I said, taking a deep breath to calm myself. "Who is she?" "Catherine." "What?" I said, realizing too late that my body jerked in surprise, causing Brandy to draw a purple line down my pinky toe. I was too distracted to even apologize this time. I was just going to have to leave her a super big tip. "Yeah, we got back together." Dad sounded both amused and proud at this bit of news. "But what about the kitten situation?" "I thought neither of you wanted to budge on that," I said, recalling from our last conversation. "Well," Dad paused, and I knew he was probably shrugging, or some other gesture that I couldn't see. "Something you said stuck in my head." "What?" "That thing about if you disagree then you should compromise. You know, from that Relationship 101 handbook, which, by the way, I couldn't find online or at the bookstore." I dropped my forehead to my palm. "That's not a book, just an expression, Dad." "Really?" I probably shouldn't have given that Barnes and Noble worker such a bad time. Well. Anyway, I can't spend the rest of my life alone because I want 2 kittens. My forehead wrinkled. "So, you're only getting one?" "I don't think this was really about the kittens," he said, chuckling. "What you said about everything coming down to whether or not you love each other." "Well, I love Catherine. So, I guess it's time for some compromise. I don't know what will happen, but I'm asking her to marry me. Is that okay with you, honey?" Tears sprang to my eyes. "Of course, Dad. I just want you to be happy." For the second time that afternoon, a swelling of emotions hit me. I really never thought I would see this day. I didn't know how to put what I was feeling into words. "Oh, she just walked into the restaurant where I asked her to meet me," he said, his voice low as if he didn't want to be overheard. "I'll give you a call later and let you know how it went. Good luck, Dad." "I love you." "I love you too," he said, before ending the phone call. I turned to Carrie, ready to absolutely gush about what just happened. However, before I could get out even the smallest noise, my phone went off once again. I was unbelievably popular today. My giddiness started to ebb when I saw it was a text message from Steve. "Lori has her decision. Wants us to come over this weekend." "How's this?" Brandy asked, standing up from her small stool at my feet, looking proud to have successfully finished painting my toes without getting accidentally kicked in the face. "Beautiful, thanks," I said, wiggling my toes. Then I showed Carrie the text from Steve. "Who do you think she'll choose?" Carrie asked. "I have no idea," I said, thinking back to if she'd given us a clue. "Nope, nothing. I'd love to be the one to give the poem to Mel, but Steve really wants it for his grandma. Maybe if he wins he'll be so happy that he'll actually talk to me again." "What do you think?" She shook her head. "Smidiot." I tilted my head. "What even does that mean?" "Smitten idiot," she said, without hesitation. "He's not even smitten with me. How is he a smidiot if he doesn't even want to date me?" I asked, but Carrie just shook her head and went to the table for her manicure. "I don't think she's talking about your guy friend," Brandy said, before flashing me a sweet smile. "Give your toes about 5 minutes to dry and then you can meet me to pick out your fingernail color." It took me another full minute to realize the smitten idiot was me. I thought about protesting to Carrie before I realized that I probably was acting like a total smidiot. The only thing I didn't know was what to do about it. Chapter 14. Hello? Lori said, answering my phone call. Hi, it's Kennedy, I said, with a bit more cheer than I was actually feeling at the moment. Kennedy, my dear, is everything all right? I thought you and Steve weren't supposed to be here until later this morning, she said, with concern in her tone. Yes, that's right, I said, swallowing my pride before taking a deep breath. I'm calling ahead of time to say that you should give the poem to Steve. Why the change of heart, if I may ask? I let out a long sigh. It's a memory from Steve's childhood. He had a hard time when his parents divorced, and I've realized he deserves to have it. That's sweet of you to acquiesce, she said, the surprise in her voice unmistakable. If you're sure, then I'll respect your wishes. I would still like you to come by if that's all right. Max and Millie miss you too. As if on cue, 2 Chiweenies barked in the background. I don't know, I bit my lip, wondering if that's such a good idea. Steve hasn't wanted to see me lately. It might be better if only he went. Luckily for you then that it's my home, she said, using a no-nonsense voice that said she would not be argued with. If he gets grumpy, then I'll toss him out back in the doggy pool and hose him down. A genuine giggle escaped my throat, breaking my resolve. Okay. I'll come over to see the dogs. I couldn't bear to break their little hearts. Wonderful, Lori said, her pep back in full swing. I'll see you in an hour or so. See you soon, I said, ending the call, torn between smiling and sighing. I really was going to miss that woman when all was said and done. An hour later, I pulled up in front of Lori's house. Steve's car was parked in front of me, as per usual. Unlike normal, however, he wasn't waiting for me in his car. Apparently, he'd gone inside without me for the first time. I filed that away as further proof he didn't want to see me. So, with my stomach in knots, I approached the front door and rang the doorbell. Max and Millie started yipping behind the door, but it took Lori longer than usual to answer. She must have been talking to Steve instead of spying on us from the window like before. Hello, dear, she said, beaming at me. Her demeanor seemed completely opposite of mine. Lori appeared excited, cheerful, and as bubbly as ever. I felt like a nervous wreck and still wondered if there was a way for me to get through this without actually having to see Steve. Max stretched his little paws up on my leg, begging for attention. I smiled and lifted him into my arms to cuddle him. He and Millie were the entire reason I was here right now, after all. Lori led me through the foyer and down the hallway to the kitchen. Steve sat at the kitchen's breakfast bar, reaching towards a plate of cookies I could smell were freshly baked. He took a bite of one and then sipped the glass of water in front of him, therefore assuring his mouth was too full for him to do anything but nod at me. Hey, I said, feeling super awkward. Thank you for coming, Lori said, clapping her hands together in a dramatic fashion, assuring that our attention was on her. After debating and deciding, I had finally come to a decision only to be thrown through a loop. My gaze shifted to the floor, knowing she was talking about my phone call. First, I received a call from Kennedy telling me to give the poem to you, Steve. Steve's mouth fell open briefly. But... Hang on, she held her hand up and turned to me. And then I'm thrown through another loop when Steve arrives and asks that I give the poem to you, Kennedy. My eyes widened. He did? Lori's cell phone went off on the counter. Excuse me a minute, I've been expecting a call. Give me just a moment, my dears. With that, she disappeared down the hallway. Max whimpered and wiggled in my arms. As soon as I put him down, he barreled after her. As if not to be left behind, Millie followed them. What are you doing? Steve stood and came toward me as the dogs came scurrying back into the kitchen. Millie immediately began using Steve's shin to scratch her side. You win, princess. You get the poem. Just take it and let it go. What am I doing? I asked, my voice a loud whisper much like Steve's had been. Max mirrored his sister, returning to his place at my side where he begged to be picked up. I obliged, still staring at Steve. I talked to Lori before you got here and wasn't going to come. You want the gift for your grandma, so you win. You're welcome. But the poem means more to you, he said, bending down to pick up his furry companion. Cradling her in his arms and giving her what was probably the most intense head scratches of her life. Why would you give the poem to me when you've gone through so much to get it? I could ask you the same thing, I pointed out, diligently petting Max's belly despite the irritation coursing through me. You won the bet, just take your win and be done with it. The bet? Lori asked, standing in the doorway and looking at us like we were two children caught doing something we weren't supposed to be doing. Lori stood there, wearing a stern expression. What's this about a bet? And what is with this bickering? Steve and I exchanged a glance before I turned back to Lori. Steve and I made a bet about the poem. I said, biting my lower lip. We bet on which one of us would win the poem. It's not the first time we've made a bet, Steve added. It's kind of a habit of ours, I said. I see, Lori said, eyeing us both thoroughly. We're sorry if you feel like we weren't being honest, Steve said, clearly worried this information had upset her. Lori responded with a sigh and a shake of her head as she looked off to the side. To both of our surprise, when she looked back in our direction there was a soft smile on her lips. You know, she said with amusement. You are two of the most hard-headed individuals I've ever met. And if you'd ever met my late husband, well, that sentence would pack a much bigger punch. Hard-headed? Steve asked, as if he wasn't sure he heard her correctly. Lori laughed at her own little inside joke. I'm old, I'm not blind, my dears. It was obvious you were competing. Of course, we don't think you're blind, I said, giving Steve a look so he wouldn't put his foot in his mouth. I suppose I should make an apology of my own, she said, lifting her hand to finger her brooch. Apologize to us? I asked. Why? Steve asked. Seeing the two of you at that auction? It reminded me of when my husband and I first met. Constantly butting heads and neither of us willing to budge an inch. So obviously smitten with each other and both refusing to admit it on any terms that weren't our own. Carrie's word, smidiot, flashed through my head. I knew exactly what I was going to do with the poem from the moment the two of you approached me. Because it seemed like the two of you needed a little help. Someone to play matchmaker, I suppose. And let's be honest, Lori said, stepping close to me to give Max's chin a scratch. These two make such perfect little cupids. Max's tongue flopped out of his mouth as he looked at his owner in an adorable way. Well, it doesn't matter, Steve said, his voice pulling me from the thrall of Lori's confession. Kennedy has been after a Prince Charming since I met her. If that person were me then we'd have known that by now. I wanted to say something, but couldn't make myself open my mouth. Too many times I'd reached out and been rejected by him. I'm pretty sure she finally got her Prince Charming back, actually. First of all, I don't have anyone back, I said, using air quotes around the word back. Secondly, Steve isn't interested in a happily ever after. That might interfere with his theory that true love doesn't exist or last. This is worse than I thought, Lori said, turning and walking into the dining room. She returned a moment later with 2 picture frames in her hands. I wondered what if the pictures were of her late husband. But there was no way to be sure, since she crossed her arms and held them to her chest like a schoolgirl carrying her books. "Do you know why the author wrote that poem?" she asked. "To tell her love how much he meant to her," I said, feeling confident in my answer. Lori chuckled and shook her head, making me frown. "To say that love isn't what you expect it to be," Steve said, his tone soft but matter-of-fact. "That she spent her whole life wishing for things and none of them mattered until she met her true love." He changed her perspective. Lori nodded. "That is correct." I spun to face Steve. "Did you study the poem? You told me weeks ago you hadn't read it since you were a kid." He shrugged. "That was true when I said it." "So, he'd read the poem after we'd talked?" "Interesting." "Love is precious," Lori said, looking at each of us. "But love is also unpredictable. Love doesn't care in the least what your plans are, and love is so beautiful. But only if you stop being stubborn and let it be." I bit my lip, feeling like she was about to tell us we were grounded. "Set down the dogs," she said, coming toward us as we obeyed. Then she handed each of us a picture frame. "What's this?" I asked, turning the frame over to look at it. My eyes bulged. Inside the frame was an elegant piece of paper with a handwritten poem. But there was something additional to this poem that hadn't been on the one I'd bid on. This copy held the author's autograph. "This is a signed copy," Steve said, his voice choked up. "There are two? Are these for real?" I asked, glancing up at Lori and wondering how she got them. "They are originals, one for each of you," she said, wearing a mischievous smile. I may have also forgotten to mention that Lori is short for Lorraine, which is my middle name. It's been quite flattering that the two of you would go to such lengths for my work. A chill rolled through me. "Meredith L. Hill," I said. She nodded. "Meredith Lorraine Hill. Lori is my nickname." "Wow," I said, for lack of a better word. "And while I'd very much like to keep the original copy that I wrote for my husband," she said, fingering her brooch. "I thought these autographed originals would do for your purposes." "You had bid on the original poem you'd written for your husband?" I asked, realizing why she'd pay $5,000 to buy it back. "The poem must be priceless to her." "This is amazing," Steve said, after he'd been oddly quiet during the entire revelation. He stepped toward Lori, gripping the framed poem in one hand as he spread his arms and enveloped her in a hug. His voice was low, soft, and shaky as he thanked her, hugged her, and said he'd miss her. He knelt down to say goodbye to the dogs and Millie whimpered as if she sensed this would be the last time she'd see him. When he got up, his blue eyes were filled with emotion, but he moved toward the hall. He gave me a quick nod, and then he left. I blinked, trying not to react like a smidiot at his sudden exit. I took my own turn to hug Lori, though. Not only was I meeting one of my favorite poets, but it turned out I'd known her all along. In fact, it turned out that I considered her a friend of mine. "This is unbelievable, Lori." "Lorraine." "My goodness, you're Meredith L. Hill?" "Still ticking away," she said, putting a hand to her heart. "Oh, wow," I said, still trying to piece those facts together. "What a surprise." That's amazing. I don't know how I can ever repay you." "Well, taking care of my little ones was enough payment. But if you really still want to do something more for me, don't give up on that guy of yours." My cheeks heated. "What do you mean?" "If Steve is as much like my late husband as I think he is, he can be infuriating and impossible, but also so wonderful you don't know how you could ever live without him." "That's insightful," I said, feeling like she could see right through me. Love isn't about fitting together like a puzzle piece, Kennedy, Lori said, putting a hand on my shoulder. Love is more like molding clay together. You start with two separate pieces, and with enough work they become one. By the end, you'll never be able to tell the clay had ever been separated. That's the way I thought love was supposed to be, Lori, I said, shaking my head as the tears welled. But it's not turning out that way at all. Love is messy and it takes work. But, trust me, you appreciate your person much more that way. She patted my shoulder. My prince was never perfect, dear. But he was perfect for me, and that's what mattered. We were truly happy together. Your prince? I asked, my eyes widening. She nodded. We'd never settle for less than the fairy tale ending, would we? I don't know, I said, biting my bottom lip. Steve and I were so far from a fairy tale ending that it wasn't even funny. After hugging Lori goodbye, my brain started spinning. Her advice was a lot to process. Plus, my chest swelled with emotion as I bent down to give the dogs a kiss on the head with tears falling down my cheeks. I loved these pups. We had molded together like clay. If only it had been the same for Steve and me. Chapter 15. As the taxi came to a stop in front of the glowing sign above the front doors of the Oasis, I took a deep breath getting ready for my 30th birthday celebration. I was happy for a night to let go of my problems. After all, it was pretty much illegal to be sad on your birthday. I wore a cute black dress with a dainty silver necklace dangling down between my collarbones. On my feet were a pair of black high heels I'd scored on clearance the previous week. Heels that I wouldn't be too heartbroken over if I happened to lose one in a gutter tonight. After all, it had happened to me once before, and better to opt on the safe side than to lose half of an expensive pair of shoes, right? I handed the taxi driver the fare and a tip, and then went in to look for my friends. The lights were low and colorful on the dance floor, the bass of the music pumping steadily as people shimmied and shook with their friends and dates. I walked around the edge of the dance floor, scoping out the bar, and then the dimly lit booths along the far wall before noticing my friends waving at me. I lifted a hand in response and hurried as fast as I could in my heels to where Carrie and Erica sat in a booth. "Happy birthday, Kennedy," they said, in unison. "Aw, thanks," I said, my heart warming as a smile stretched out across my face. A moment later, the smile faded at who I saw in the booth. Of course, there were Carrie and Erica had brought her boyfriend, Josh. Directly across from them was Steve, but to the right of Steve sat Cal. What was he doing here? I bit my bottom lip, wondering who had invited Cal. I most certainly hadn't. I hadn't even seen him since that night we all went out for drinks. I gave a fleeting glance at Carrie, who was quick to subtly give a head nod in Steve's direction. Steve. Steve had invited Cal. But, why? I did my best to hide my surprise and nodded at the two men sitting beside each other. Cal stood when we made eye contact, motioning me into his side of the booth. He was nothing if not a gentleman, that was for sure. Determined not to let this unexpected turn of events change my good mood, I slid into the booth beside Steve. "Thanks," I said, forcing a smile. "May I get you a drink, birthday girl?" Cal offered with that picturesque smile of his. I smiled back, feeling very awkward. Did he really want a second chance that badly? "Thanks, Cal," I said, thinking I really did need a drink pronto. Anything other than a strawberry daiquiri," I said, inwardly cringing about that catastrophic birthday years ago. "I'll surprise you," he said, giving a wink before turning away. Carrie cleared her throat. I turned to her and she waggled her eyebrows at me in return. I didn't dare glance in Steve's direction until his friend was gone, feeling strange sitting this close to him after he'd avoided me for days. I honestly hadn't expected him to show. We hadn't spoken since Lori's big reveal. So why had he come to my birthday celebration? And why had he invited Cal without running it by me first? I pushed all of my questions aside. When it came to Steve these days, it felt like I was getting a lot more questions than answers. And besides, I was supposed to be celebrating my birthday. There was no room for bad feelings at birthday parties. "So, how's it going?" I asked, glancing around the table at everyone and trying not to let my eyes linger too long on Steve. "We're celebrating my bestie, so I'm doing great," Carrie said, tilting her head at me. "Happy birthday, Kennedy," Josh said, sliding his arm around Erica's shoulders and pulling her close to him. "Thanks for letting me tag along with your gang." "You're always welcome," I said, glad that he made Erica so happy. They really were an adorable couple. If only it had been as easy for me as it had for them, but then I remembered the debacle that had ensued when Josh's ex had wanted him back. Yeah, guess they'd had to earn the happiness that so obviously shined on their faces. Inwardly, I sighed. I wanted someone special in my life. The right someone special. As soon as the thought went through my mind, I could feel Steve's energy like electricity. Maybe I should talk to him. "Here you go," Cal said, returning to the booth and sliding into the seat beside me. He set down a pink Cosmopolitan in front of me and slid an arm around my shoulders. "For the birthday girl," he said smoothly. He was nothing if not smooth. And part of me regretted how certain I was that he wasn't who I wanted. That who I wanted was sitting on my other side and didn't want me back. "How long have you two been together?" Josh asked, his eyes darting between Cal and me. My mouth went dry as I decided how to explain that Cal and I weren't a couple. "We're not together," Cal said, beating me to the punch. "We dated a while back and I sort of blew my shot. But lucky for me, I'm getting a second chance." My stomach nodded, knowing this was my opportunity to speak up and dispute his words. But there was no way I could do that to him in front of everyone. He really was a nice guy, but any feelings I'd had for him had ended. "I have a present for you," Erica blurted, above the sound of the music playing around us. Her hand disappeared beneath the table and then reappeared with a medium-sized, glittery, pink gift bag. White tissue was perfectly placed sticking out of the top of the bag in order to hide the bag's contents. Erica placed the bag on the table and slid it over to me. "Happy birthday, Kennedy. This is from Josh and me." "Aw, you're too sweet," I said, thankful my friend had changed the subject. I reached into the bag and beneath the tissue paper found 2 new pairs of athletic leggings by Fashionably Fit, a designer athletic line owned by former supermodel Missy Peters and her fiancé, Nick Zambini, who owned the Totally Fit gym and happened to be my boss. "Is this from the new line?" I asked, pulling out each pair to examine the pattern on them. "Hot off the rack," Erica declared proudly. "This line has pockets on the sides." "Pockets?" I squealed with genuine delight, unfolding a pair to find that they did, in fact, have a place where I could store things like my cell if I went walking in them. "These are perfect. Thank you both so much." As I put the leggings back into the gift bag, Carrie reached across the table to place a white envelope in front of me. I set the bag of leggings by my feet and then proceeded to open the card she had given me. I read the outside of the envelope aloud. "Stare at this intensely and act like you care what the envelope says, when you just want to know what's inside," I said, laughing aloud at the text. Carrie was infamous for giving funny birthday cards. "Guess I'd better open the envelope then." "Exactly," Carrie said, as everyone chuckled. I opened the envelope and pulled out a card, with the words "Happy Birthday" on the front. Inside was a gift certificate to the spa Carrie and I had gone to recently. "Now you can go back and frustrate that poor manicurist some more," Carrie said, poking fun at how I hadn't been able to hold still for the woman painting my toes. I gave a playful roll of my eyes. She didn't seem frustrated after the tip I gave her. Well, Carrie said, laughing. Now you can use your gift card and then tip her more. The two of us laughed, and then I was surprised to see Cal push a small box in my direction. Inside was a silver bracelet. I thanked him and felt oh so awkward as he slipped it around my wrist, removing the tag. I couldn't accept this gift knowing that privately I was going to have to let him down, but what could I do in front of everyone? Next, Steve pulled out a gift box from under the table and set it in front of him. This is something you've been missing, he said, just as the upbeat music changed to a slower tune. Would you like to dance? Cal asked, seeming oblivious to the fact that his friend had been about to give me a gift. He stood and extended a hand toward me. This slow song is my chance to get the birthday girl alone for a few minutes. I turned to Steve, seeing a small line appear between his eyebrows. Go dance, he said, his blue eyes clouding. My gift will still be here when you get back. Okay, I looked at everyone around the table and didn't feel that I had any choice other than to reach out and take Cal's hand. On the dance floor, Cal slid an arm around my waist and pressed a hand to my lower back. I could smell his spicy scented cologne and knew there was a time when this would have been everything I wanted, to be held close by this well-mannered, polite and thoughtful man. Unfortunately, my stomach tightened, knowing the person I wanted was the goofy guy in the booth who could make me laugh like nobody's business. The guy who threw down bet after bet with me and seemed just as happy losing to me as winning. Instead, I was dancing with Cal. As if on cue, I glanced over Cal's shoulder at the booth and spotted a woman approaching our table. She said something to Steve before he stood up and came to the dance floor with her. Fire spread through my chest. Why did I suddenly feel sick? I'd barely had a sip of my drink. No, it was something else. Something far more like jealousy. I told myself I had no right to be jealous when I was dancing with another guy right now. I tried to swallow the bitter feeling down, but it kept coming back up. Right in front of me, Steve was holding another woman just as close as Cal was holding me, and there was nothing I wanted more than to pull them apart. But how hypocritical would that be when I had started dancing with Cal first? No, I couldn't do anything. I had to let Steve have who he wanted and accept that I wasn't someone he wanted to have. You like him, don't you? Cal asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. My mouth opened. I could have played dumb and pretended not to know who he was talking about, but with how hard I had been staring at Steve and the woman he was dancing with, it didn't seem like there was much of a point in protesting. How did you know? I asked, looking up at Cal. It's written all over your face, he said, simply, without a hint of anger in his voice. I am sorry, Cal, I said, removing the bracelet and pressing it into his hand. Everything you did tonight was perfect. And if this had been 2 years ago, you still would have been in love with him. Am I right? Tingles prickled across my chest. He doesn't want me. He sighed audibly, slipping his arms around me without holding me as tightly this time. Steve keeps a wall around himself. But it's obvious how much he admires you. I blinked. It is? He nodded. I've never heard him speak as highly about anyone else. My face heated. Really? I honestly hadn't put it together until tonight. When he asked me to come, I figured he'd talked to you, that you'd wanted to give me a second chance. But slowly I figured out that isn't the case. I shook my head. Steve didn't tell me you were coming. I'm sorry if I seemed surprised. I'd never want to hurt you. He gave me a small smile. If Steve is who you want, I respect that. I'm guessing he doesn't know how you feel though, he said, nodding to where Steve was still dancing with the woman. Want some free advice? Sure, I said, tilting my head. I think you should talk to him. Sooner rather than later, he said, lifting my chin. Thanks, Cal, I said, fighting back the waves of emotion threatening to overtake me. As the slow song wound down to a close, I threw my arms around Cal's midsection and hugged him tightly. Thanks for your understanding. His arms wrapped around me, returning the gesture. You're welcome. Wait, where are you going? A woman called out. I stepped back and turned in the direction of the woman who'd spoken and then to where she was looking. I glanced over just in time to see Steve striding toward the exit, leaving the woman he'd been dancing with standing alone on the dance floor. Without a second thought, I dashed after Steve. I caught up to him just before he reached the exit and grabbed onto his sleeve. He turned around. Where are you going? I said loudly, over the sound of the next song. He glanced over my shoulder. Go have fun with Cal. I need to get out of here. But have a good time, Kennedy. Really, happy birthday, he said, giving me a kiss on the cheek before he slipped out the door. My cheek tingled where his lips had pressed against my skin. Steve was gone. I stood there, emptiness spreading across my chest. My shoulders slumped as I headed back to our booth. Thankfully, my friends had left the table, probably at the bar or on the dance floor. I was happy for the time alone because my eyes burned and my vision turned blurry. Sliding back into my seat, I blinked, noticing Steve's gift sitting on the table. I stared at the box wrapped in sparkly happy birthday paper. It had obviously been gift wrapped. I pulled the box closer, ripped the present open, and took off the lid. My jaw dropped at what was inside. The concert tickets weren't what surprised me most, although they sat at the top of the box. No, it's what sat underneath them, the silver stiletto that perfectly matched the one tucked somewhere in the back of my closet, the same stiletto I'd lost after too many strawberry daiquiris all those years ago. Steve had my missing shoe all this time? Why hadn't he told me? Beneath the shoe sat a note. I lifted the small white card, which read, Kennedy. Now you have your prince and your glass slipper. I am truly happy for you. You deserve everything you've always wanted. Happy birthday. Steve. Gripping the small card, my hand dropped to my lap as hot tears slid down my cheeks. Steve thought I had everything I wanted in the world, but all my heart wanted was him. Chapter 16. Sitting in a white chair that was decorated in way too much tulle, I crossed my legs, uncrossed them and then crossed them again as I sat in the fourth row back from where the groom stood beside the officiant. The beginning notes of Canon indeed began, and I glanced back at the lacy white runner that stretched down the aisle and saw Patty and Caitlin enter the ballroom of the charming Victorian. They strolled down the aisle with two groomsmen as the soothing music played. Finally, Mel and Matt's big day had arrived. My eyes watered as I crossed my legs, uncrossed them and crossed them again for like the gazillionth time this evening. The silver stilettos looked stunning on my feet, thanks to Steve. I blinked back tears for an entirely different reason this time as the wedding party passed by and took their positions in front. I faced forward, admiring the arch of flowers behind the officiant, and then my gaze moved to Matt standing beside him. Matt looked handsome in a black tux, his expression calm and his eyes misty. Every feeling he had for Mel showed on his face. The wedding march started and we all stood and looked down the aisle, which was a good way to stop obsessively crossing and uncrossing my legs. I felt antsy, anticipating seeing Steve. Where was he? Why hadn't I seen him yet? Suddenly, Mel's dad appeared with his daughter beside him. Mel really did look like a princess. She had sent pictures of her dress to Carrie and me, but it looked even more beautiful on her than in the photos. It was like watching a fairy tale unroll before my eyes. Mel beamed as she held her bouquet of white roses and baby's breath. I could hear sniffles coming from a few rows ahead, and my gaze fell to Cassandra and Janet, who were seated side by side. Their bickering seemed non-existent at this special moment. In fact, I could see the two mothers of the bride clasping hands as Mel walked toward them. It was amazing, really, what love could do. If only Steve would believe that love could have a happy ending for him. My eyebrows came together. I mean, just because love gets messy sometimes shouldn't mean we give up on it entirely. But that man had cemented his views long before I had come along. He made up his mind way back after his experience with his parents' divorce. Unable to get Steve off my mind, I craned my neck to look around the room for him. Was he not coming? "We are gathered here today," the officiant began. I didn't want to be rude, so I turned my head back to the front of the room where Mel and Matt were now staring into each other's eyes. "So sweet!" A soft gasp came from the back of the room, and I glanced behind me to see a woman standing near the exit. My eyebrows rose as she kept swiping at her cheeks, trying to get rid of the tears. I could so relate. I recognized the woman as Katie Ellis, the florist, and my heart ached for her. I had thought she'd seemed a little off her game when we'd briefly spoken earlier. Now, however, it seemed obvious these weren't happy tears. Something was wrong. Wrong enough that she ducked her head and slipped out into the hallway. Biting my lip, I focused my attention back to the couple at the altar. As much as I wanted to make sure Katie was okay, I was here to celebrate Mel and Matt, and that's what I was going to do. So, I took in the picture-perfect scene in front of me. "I've never seen Mel look this happy before," Carrie said, leaning toward me as the officiant announced that the bride and groom had written their own vows. I nodded. "I hope they don't read the vows from the bridal shower." "That would be a funny mistake," Carrie whispered, trying to hide her snort. "Aw. These two are proof that we could have a relationship this special someday." "Sure," I said, thinking there was only one problem. The guy I wanted didn't believe in true love. I mean, did he think Mel and Matt were faking it right now? Or that they were going to get divorced eventually? Not likely. With my mind pulled from the ceremony, I suddenly had the feeling of being watched. A thin layer of goosebumps crept over my skin, and I craned my neck to the right. Across the aisle and at the very back of the room I spotted Steve. My breath caught in my throat. He wore a suit and tie that made him look so handsome he could honestly give the groom a run for his money. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a woman sitting next to him in a blue dress. Was that the woman from the club? Had he gotten her number and patched things up after his awkward departure? The thought made my stomach tighten. Don't look," as if into self-torture my eyes moved to the chair beside Steve. My eyes widened as I recognized the woman, who was most definitely not the woman from the bar. Lori sat beside Steve. What the? Wondering what Lori was doing here, my gaze moved to Steve and our eyes locked. My belly did a little flip and I turned away, facing forward. I was not here to indulge in my own personal drama. I was here for Mel, and needed to focus. "Stop staring at Steve," Carrie whispered, waggling her eyebrows at me. "I'm not," I lied, as Matt finished reciting his vows. "Who is his date?" "She looks, older," Carrie said, her tone confused. "That's the author, who Steve and I have been visiting," I said, as a woman across the aisle frowned at us. "The one with the dogs?" Carrie asked. "Shoo," I said, nodding and slinking down in my seat. "I now pronounce you husband and wife," the officiant finally announced. The room erupted in applause as Mel and Matt kissed. Reflexively, I glanced back at Steve and found him staring back at me. Mel and Matt kissed again and smiled at each other, taking each other's hand and then making their way up the aisle together, showered in calls of celebration and congratulations. When the first 3 rows of guests had cleared, making their way toward the reception hall, my frazzled nerves were replaced with a dull sense of panic. I hadn't talked to Steve since the night of my birthday and didn't know what I should say to him. "Thanks for breaking my heart." "Yeah, didn't seem like a good idea." While Carrie and I made our way toward the exit, Steve slid out of the back row and moved to the seat on the aisle. What was he doing? "Hi, Kennedy," he said, as I passed him. I forced a half-smile for him and gave Lori a little wave, and then kept going. What was there left to say? He'd made it perfectly obvious that he didn't have feelings toward me. I couldn't let him make me sad on Mel's big day. It's not that I wanted to ignore him. I just wanted to spare both of us from an awkward conversation. So, I kept walking until I made it out into the hallway. I told Carrie I'd catch up with her, and then I escaped into the women's lounge and disappeared inside. I entered the restroom to splash some cold water on my face and noticed that the restroom held the same charm as the rest of the building. The walls were a lovely gray, the stall doors were painted white, and on every door hung a miniature version of Mel's bouquet. A little bit of overkill in the flower department, but still pretty. I went to the sink and splashed cold water against my hot cheeks, but this did nothing to help the knot that had formed in my belly upon seeing Steve. Why did I have to fall for the one man who didn't believe in happily ever after? So not a thing a princess in an animated movie would do. Sniff, sniff, sniff. I spun around at the strange noises coming from behind me and my eyes widened. The florist, Katie Ellis, came out of a stall blowing into a tissue. "Oh, hi," I said, feeling drops of water slipping down my face and onto my dress. I reached for a cloth napkin from the basket on the marble countertop and dabbed my cheeks dry. "Sorry to startle you," Katie said, her voice so distraught that I immediately pushed all of my own problems off to the sidelines. "Are you all right?" I asked, deciding that was lame since she obviously wasn't okay. "I'm trying," she said, facing the mirror and swiping under her eyes. "Anything I can do?" I asked, turning to the mirror and noticing my own eye makeup had run a bit. I used the napkin to smooth the excess black away and decided waterproof mascara didn't work as well as the name claimed. "I don't think so. Katie's voice cracked, and she put a hand to her chest. "I lost my husband a few years ago, and Melanie's bouquet is the same arrangement as mine when we got married." "Oh," I said, cringing. "That must be hard for you." She nodded. When I saw her start down the aisle, it reminded me of my own wedding, and my heart cracked. I knew it might be hard to see her carrying it, but, goodness, I thought I'd be able to hold it together better than this. "It's totally understandable," I said, wishing there was something I could do for her. She raised her tissue to clear away the fresh wave of tears that slipped down her cheeks. "I didn't mean to dump any of this on you. I'm sorry. It's just hard sometimes." "Don't worry about it at all," I said, thinking of the poem. "The stars that placed you in my arms decided long ago that you should be the wealth I find, the greatest wealth I know." Is that from a poem by Meredith L. Hill? That's beautiful. And true, she said, smiling sadly. She sniffled once again, but talking seemed to have helped her a little since her tears finally stopped coming. It's hard to love someone so much and then not have them here anymore. I can understand that, I said, thinking about how simple my friendship with Steve used to be until we'd made the wedding bet. Not that it was the same thing. Did you lose someone too? No. Well, not really, I mean, sort of, I said, struggling to find the right way to explain the situation. I haven't physically lost anyone. But the guy that I love, he's here. Oh, she asked, sounding hopeful. And he tried to set me up with his friend recently. Oof, that doesn't sound promising, Katie replied. Right? I asked, blowing out a breath. He's very anti-marriage. A man who is anti-marriage? She asked, her eyebrow lifting. How very shocking. The two of us laughed at that, both momentarily forgetting our woes. The laughter felt nice, and I let the moment stretch out for as long as possible. Have you ever been married? She asked. Me? No, no, no. Do you want to get married someday? Of course. Everyone does, don't they? I replied without thinking, then frowned. Well, mostly everyone. Even my dad, the most bachelor of all the bachelors, got engaged recently. He proposed to his girlfriend and she said yes. They are also adopting 3 kittens. How exciting for them, she said. I nodded. The man who could barely keep a girlfriend since he and my mom split just recently up and decided to take the leap. Is that what you're hoping for with this guy of yours? A sudden change of heart? Katie asked. No, I said, letting out a long sigh. I don't want to push him into something he doesn't want. That's hardly romantic. Not so much, she agreed. The right guy would want to marry you. I want a prince from the fairy tale books, I said, not even feeling ashamed about it anymore. And Steve doesn't want to be that person. He doesn't want a long-term commitment. I can't ask him to change his entire stance on life for me. No matter how happy I think we'd be together. The truth is I fell for him 2 years ago and haven't been able to move on. Have you told him that? She asked. My head tilted to the side. Told him what? She waved a hand. Everything you just told me. Well, I said, racking my brain to remember if I had said anything close. Not in so many words, I suppose. But I feel like it's obvious. To you? Or to him? That statement gave me pause. Was it possible he didn't know how I felt? I guess I haven't told him directly how I feel, I said, slowly. Communication is hard, believe me. But you can't assume he knows how you feel if you haven't told him. She placed a hand on my shoulder. Wait, when had this situation switched from me trying to comfort her to her trying to comfort me? Take it from someone who was happily married. The key to a successful relationship is learning how to communicate clearly and openly. Clearly and openly, I repeated, my stomach immediately nodding. That sounds scary. She lifted a shoulder. Isn't the thought of going through life without the one you love scarier? That's a good question, I said, inhaling deeply. I'll leave you to think about it then, she said, giving me a smile and then slipping out of the restroom. I pulled my mascara from my purse and brushed my eyelashes a bit, before blinking at the mirror. Could Steve not know how I feel about him? I mean, it would be pretty odd to set me up with his friend if he knew I liked him. But, what if I put myself out there and he turned me down? The thought was so not appealing. With a deep breath, I dropped my mascara back into my clutch and gazed at my reflection. Buck up, Kennedy. If your dad can take the leap, then so can you. And with that, I headed out the door to find Steve. Chapter 17. When I entered the ballroom for the reception, I'd fully planned on confronting Steve. I really, truly had. But then the bride and groom made their grand entrance and it would have been rude not to watch their first dance, so I stalled. And, I couldn't exactly get up from the table once dinner had been served. Yes, I was becoming the queen of stalling. Thank goodness I could just eat my salmon in peace. Are you going to mope all night or are you going to talk to Steve? Carrie asked. So much for eating in peace. I'm not moping, I said. You're stalling, she said, between bites of her chicken breast with roasted vegetables. Which is a totally different thing, I said, raising my hand. I told Carrie about my conversation with Katie and she had agreed it was a good idea to talk to Steve. But, so far, I hadn't worked up the courage. The nerves in my belly keep telling me it's not the right time. It hasn't been a good time for 2 years, Carrie said, shaking her head. Seriously, you and Steve would be good together. But one of you has got to put your heart on the line or it's never going to happen. He said he only kissed me because it seemed like the thing to do, I reminded her pointedly, before taking a sip of my Chardonnay. You already told me that, Carrie said, looking unimpressed. Many times. My mouth dropped open at her indifference. Don't you think that's a terrible thing to say if you actually have feelings for someone? Not his finest moment, she said, rolling her eyes. See? I said, glad I'd proved my point. See, what? That you're both too scared to admit your feelings to each other? I leaned toward her. I've admitted them. Yeah, to me. Not to him, which is what you said you were going to do an hour ago, she said, buttering a piece of bread. I'm building up the nerve, I said, blowing out a breath. You've been building long enough. I'm aging here. He doesn't believe in commitment, I said, but she just wrinkled her nose at me. Sigh. Taking another sip of my wine, I turned toward the wooden dance floor at the far end of the room. A cover band played music as guests mingled and danced. My gaze stopped when I saw Mel dancing to Livin' on a Prayer by Bon Jovi. Her expression glowed and she looked so happy. Then my eyes drifted to her dance partner, Steve. Steve is dancing with Mel, I said, unsure why I sounded surprised. And Erica. Should we join them? Carrie asked. We're finishing our dinner, I said, making the world's lamest excuse. Come on, she said, setting her napkin on the table and standing up. Okay, I set my fork down just as the woman sitting next to me asked me how long I'd known Matt. I gave Carrie a helpless shrug and then dived into a conversation with Matt's colleague, another professor from the university where he taught philosophy. It wasn't that I was sulking or trying to be a downer. My brain just felt muddled and I wanted to put together a game plan. I knew tonight was the night to tell Steve how I felt, and to leave no room for misinterpretation. But was it my fault this nice woman wanted to talk about the pioneering contributions Aristotle had made to the fields of philosophy and science? A few minutes later, the woman excused herself to use the powder room and my nerves went on edge again. I scanned the dance floor, trying to seem casual as I looked for Steve. Part of me hoped I wouldn't see him and the other part really wanted to talk to him. I felt so torn. I spotted Paul twirling Caitlin on the dance floor to Come On Eileen by Dexy's Midnight Runners. Beside them, Erica and Josh were dancing and laughing. A couple feet away, Erica almost bumped into Sarah who was dancing with her fiancé, Ben. Lots of happy couples, all clearly in good spirits. I glanced away, knowing that I couldn't stall any longer. Where was Carrie? I felt like I needed her to reassure me that telling Steve I had feelings for him was a good idea. What if I risked my heart and he broke it? The band began playing To Make You Feel My Love by Garth Brooks. The song was slow and melodic, as if Garth were talking to me and telling me to go for it. Taking a deep breath, I stood and my gaze fell to my heels. I remembered that birthday 2 years ago and how I'd lost my shoe. Steve had driven me home and hugged me so close as he told me happy birthday that I could smell his cologne. I inhaled softly, so lost in the memory I could actually smell his cologne right now. The sandalwood scent drifted up my nose, making butterflies dance in my belly. I'd had feelings for Steve for 2 years and it was time to tell him, no matter what happened. For the sake of my sanity, it was now or never. Would you like to dance? Steve asked. Startled, I looked up and found myself staring into those beautiful blue eyes. His expression was serious, as if my answer truly mattered to him. Sure, I said, wanting to kick myself. The word sure was so not in my fairy tale version of declaring my feelings to him. Such a smidiot. He led me to the dance floor. I knew this was the perfect opportunity to tell him everything I'd been rehearsing in my head all evening. Then his arms were around me, we were swaying to the music, and I didn't want to say anything that might ruin this moment. We need to talk, he said, looking down at me. Where's Cal? I lifted a shoulder. At home watching TV? How should I know? Why didn't you invite him tonight? He asked. I'm not interested in Cal, I said, rolling my eyes. You're not? I shook my head. You know what else? Technically, I won the bet. He raised an eyebrow. How's that? You brought Lori, I said, matter-of-factly. That's a date. I brought her to meet Mel. He took a deep breath, as if he were nervous. But, all right. You win the bet, princess. What if I want to lose the bet? I asked, biting my bottom lip. If I invited someone to be my date tonight, then I'd lose, right? A line formed between his eyebrows. You already have the tickets. Invite whoever you want. Like I said, I just want you to be happy. Okay, here goes, I said, watching his forehead wrinkle in confusion. I'd be happy with you. I want you to be my date tonight, Steve. He squinted, tucking his chin as if he hadn't heard me correctly. You want me? I blew my bangs out of my eyes and nodded. This is hard for me to say, so I'm just going to say it. Remember 2 years ago at my birthday? I wanted you to be my date then, as well. You did? Steve stopped moving to the song, giving me his full attention. But I overheard you tell Carrie you thought Cal was hot. You heard that? I asked, feeling stupid to let that happen. Then I tilted my head. Carrie and I talk about guys who are hot sometimes. It didn't mean I wanted to go out with him. We've also discussed how hot you are. Many times. He blinked. You thought I was hot? You only set me up with Cal because you thought that's what I wanted? I countered. Why else would I set you up with him? He asked, his tone incredulous. Because you only thought of me as a friend. He lifted my chin. Kennedy, you're all I think about. You said you only kissed me because it was the thing to do, I reminded him. I wasn't going to tell you how I felt when you didn't feel the same, he said, as if that were perfectly obvious. Why did you kiss me then? I couldn't not kiss you, he said, his voice low and thick as he pulled me close to him. We swayed to the music and the corners of his mouth lifted. So, you like me? I wrinkled my nose. Kind of a lot. He grinned. I had no idea. I lifted my lashes. Lori thinks our communication needs work in. Suddenly, his lips were on mine. He kissed me slow and sweet until my legs turned into spaghetti. Then he pulled back, gazing into my eyes. You're my best friend, he said, softly. I never knew you thought of me as more. My lips tingled from his kiss. But you don't believe in commitment. You only date people for a matter of weeks. He cupped my face in his hands and gave me a long, hard look. How can I commit to anyone else when you're the one I want? My eyes watered. I guess that would make it hard. We've been stupid, he said, dropping his forehead to mine. Total smidiots, I said, smiling when his eyebrows came together. It's a smitten idiot. Carrie's word of the day. Long story. Let's alter our bet, he said, brushing my cheeks with his thumbs. Neither of us can date anyone else, but we can date each other. My heart swelled. We should extend the bet past the concert, too. Maybe indefinitely, he suggested. I nodded. And any time one of us is acting like a smidiot, we have to kiss. He smiled down at me. It does seem like the thing to do. You've got yourself a bet, I said, tugging on his lapels to pull him toward me. The corners of his mouth lifted, revealing those dimples I loved. Then his mouth captured mine in a kiss that rivaled all fairy tales. So, I did what any princess would do as she danced with her prince at the ball in her magic stilettos. I kissed him again and again. Epilogue. An almost deafening roar of applause filled the air around us as the street knights finished their last song of the night. Multicolored lights flashed across the stage as the lead guitarist waved and blew a kiss to the audience, and the drummer gave one last, brief solo. Thank you. Good night. Tiffany Hart, the lead singer, cried into the microphone before bounding off stage, waving at the crowd the entire time. Steve stood beside me and slipped an arm around my waist to pull me tightly to his side as he cheered and pumped his fist in the air. I was happy to snuggle up against him as I clapped and cheered along with the rest of the crowd. The concert was absolutely packed and I didn't want to accidentally lose him. I'd worked so hard to finally get him, after all. As the band left the stage, Steve's arm dropped from my waist and his hand found mine. I squeezed his hand tightly and we danced in place as pre-recorded songs by the Street Knights began to play through the concert speakers as the crowd moved toward the exits. We should have left during the last song. This parking lot is going to be a nightmare to get out of, someone grumbled, as they brushed past me toward the back of the stadium. I looked up at Steve with a smile. How could anyone be grumpy on a night as perfect as this one? He smiled back at me and I felt almost certain he could read my mind. Ready to head back to the car? He asked. I thought for a moment, listening to the mellow sound of the ballad that the venue was playing. It was calming, even despite the people shuffling around me, and I shook my head in response to my boyfriend. No, I'm not in a rush, I said. His eyebrows shot up and he clutched his chest. You aren't in a rush? Who are you and what have you done with my girlfriend? I shrugged as I laughed. I've learned that slowing down can be good. No point in running anywhere when I'm exactly where I want to be, you know? And where exactly is that, if I might ask? With my prince, I blurted, knowing that was exactly who was at my side. Is that so? He asked. I nodded. Sure is. With that he bowed dramatically and offered me his hand. Well, if we're not going anywhere quite yet, may I have a dance, princess? My belly fluttered at the nickname. And what do I get in return? A bet? He asked, chuckling. I should have known as much. I nodded. It is our thing. And it did get us here, he said, stepping toward me with his hands still extended. If you dance with me, then I'll bet you. I put my hand in his and lifted my lashes. What? The corners of his mouth curved upward. That we'll live happily ever after. You're on, I said. He spun me once, my skirt twirling around me before he pulled me close to him. Around us, the crowd was thinning. We swayed to the music and he hummed a few lines. Then, with a confident grin, he dipped me. Instinctively, I lifted one leg off the ground, stretching it out with flair until he lifted me upright again. When I looked at the handsome face that made me swoon, Steve took my hand and gave me another twirl before pulling me toward him. "I love you, princess," he said, his voice filled with emotion. "I love you, too," I said, my heart filling with joy. He gazed at me with those blue eyes, his fingertips brushing my cheek with a whisper of warmth before his mouth moved down toward mine. I lifted my chin and my lips met his in the softest, sweetest kiss I'd ever known. Nowhere in those stories my mother read to me as a child had it said anything about the prince starting out refusing to believe in true love. Nor had they mentioned anything about him sending the princess mixed signals, let alone trying to set her up with his friend. But as far as I was concerned, my mom was right. Fairy tales really do come true. The end. If you enjoyed spending time with these characters, be sure to listen to Carrie's story in The Wedding Promise, The Wedding Whisperer series, Book 5. You have been listening to The Wedding Bet, The Wedding Whisperer series, Book 4, by Susan Hatler, copyright 2021 by Susan Hatler, audiobook copyright 2023 by Susan Hatler. Susan Hatler is a New York Times and USA Today best-selling author who writes humorous and emotional women's fiction and young adult novels. Many of Susan's books have been translated into German, Spanish, French, and Italian. A natural optimist, she believes life is amazing, people are fascinating, and imagination is endless. She loves spending time with her characters and hopes you do, too.